Chapter 567. The trees behind him were very tall and lush, covering the sky and the sun. Exuberant vitality flowed, making Mu feel comfortable. Not far ahead, there was a broken tree that looked like it had been cut in half. It seemed like it had been broken for a while. The cut was covered with moss, and there were a few mushrooms swaying slightly. Half of the broken tree trunk was gone, but there were huge footprints on the damp ground. These footprints were at least half a meter long and disorderly. It seemed like some huge demonic beast had walked over roughly, then stopped and turned around a few times before continuing to leave. There were footprints, which meant that there were at least demonic beasts in this forest. But at this moment, the whole forest was very quiet, so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. It was a very abnormal phenomenon that there were no birds or beasts singing in a huge forest during the day, but Mu had seen this phenomenon once before. This is Mount Fulong. Mu was very surprised. He hurriedly rushed into the sky and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a huge mountain in the distance that looked like a sleeping dragon. Mu was now in the deep mountain forest where he and the disciples of the other 20 sects in the Moyun mountain range had come to investigate Yu Meng's movement. How did we come to Mount Fulong? Little Shuai asked, puzzled. Mu frowned. He had entered and exited the Moyun mountain range twice, and he had passed through this forest to find the transmission array of the 5 human and use it to reach Lanshi City. But this time, he was clearly dealing with the people of the Gate of Hell in the faraway 100,000 mountains. He understood the landscape of the Moyun mountain range. Even if he had the cultivation of the spirit severing stage, he wouldn't be able to get to where he was without 2 days. But he had just escaped from the people of the Gate of Hell less than 4 hours ago. Even a cultivator of the body integration stage couldn't cross thousands of miles in 4 hours, let alone Mu. When I was running just now, I clearly felt the surrounding terrain shake slightly. Could it be that we passed through a transmission array? Mu sat on the treetop and thought about the direction of the journey. When they were underground, they had simply chosen a random direction to escape in. They didn't know where they had run to. Who would have thought that they would end up in the vicinity of Mount Fulong? You are now the leader of the Formation Glyph sect. Wouldn't you be able to sense it if you were to pass through the teleportation formation? Long Teng asked. When Mu was running, he did not feel any movement from the array pattern. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not have noticed it. However, it didn't make sense for him to travel such a long distance in such a short time. There must be something strange going on. It's humans' 5 elements formation, that's right. Their 5 elements formation is different from ours. Could it be that a human devil clan member was helping me just now? Mu recalled the feeling of vibration just now. Although it was inconspicuous and not as big as the movement of the teleportation array that sent Mu to the Mist Breath City, that strange feeling was the same as the teleportation array back then. Why don't we go to that teleportation array again? Little Shuai suggested. There's no need to go. I was the one who teleported you here. A very old voice came from the forest. This voice was full of vicissitudes of life and was simple and distant. It echoed throughout the entire forest like the sound of a bell. It was everywhere and could be heard clearly. Mu was slightly startled. He recognized who this voice belonged to. It was Yuman's old tree chief. When he first entered this forest, his ability to control wood was very weak in front of the Mu Yumeng Devil tribe. He was captured by a Mu Yumeng Devil tribe member and met the old tree leader. It was the old tree leader who gave him Mu Yumeng's holy item, the wood spirit. Old tree chief. Mu looked around in surprise, trying to find the figure of old tree chief, but as far as the eye could see, he didn't see half a figure. He sank his attention into the trees under his feet and searched the forest for dozens of miles, but still couldn't find the figure of Old Tree Chief. Stop looking. I'm here, Old Tree Chief said leisurely. Mu turned his head and looked down. He was shocked. He didn't even know that there was an old man standing on a branch below him. You're not Old Tree Chief. Who are you? Mu looked at the old man in front of him suspiciously. This old man looked completely human. He had a white beard and white eyebrows. His eyes were slightly squinted and his face was full of wrinkles. Other than the clothes he wore were made of body leaves, He didn't look like a human at all. Although Moo Yu hadn't seen human many times, he had been captured and brought to human's nest once. The human's body was made of intertwined branches and intertwined roots. It was like a person made of irregular trees. Other than having human facial features and limbs and even speaking human language, he didn't believe anything else. "I'm Old Tree Chief," the old man in front of him said with a smile. "Stop pretending. I've seen Old Tree Chief before. He doesn't look like you. Besides, human doesn't look like you either. Where did you come from?" Moo Yu looked at the old man in front of him, trying to find something special about him. However, the old man's aura was restrained. He was like a 100-year-old tree that was as deep as the sea. "It seems that we've been silent for too long. You cultivators have forgotten the true face of our human. Do you believe me now?" The old man's face suddenly changed rapidly. He turned back into the intertwined branches and returned to the appearance Moo Yu had seen before. "This is an old tree. Wait, when did your human learn how to disguise themselves?" Moo Yu looked at Old Tree Chief, who had turned back into a human, and asked cautiously, "If the Moo Human demons could disguise themselves as humans, then wouldn't it mean that they could easily blend into the human race, and cause trouble for the human race would be as easy as flipping their hands?" "Disguise? We've always looked like this. There's no need to disguise ourselves." Old Tree Chief stepped forward and arrived in front of Moo Yu. He looked at Moo Yu with a smile. "Don't you human all look strange? Like your bodies are made of stone and your branches are on fire." As Moo Yu spoke, 7 or 8 more human emerged from the surrounding trees. After they left the trees, they turned back into humans. However, they didn't wear human clothes. Instead, they wore clothes made of some special leaves. They looked like primitive savages. In Moo Yu's eyes, it was very strange. Old Tree Chief shook his head and said with a smile, "We human have always looked the same as you humans. It's just that the way we do things is different. We only turn into trees when we're controlling them. At other times, we look like this." "Then why were you all made of branches the last time I saw you?" Moo Yu asked in confusion. The last time he was caught in human's nest, the human around him didn't look like humans. "You saw us like that before because the immortal confining prison severely restricted us, so we didn't have enough spiritual energy to recover. You saw us in other places because we were still recovering, so we couldn't turn back into our normal forms." After a pause, Old Tree Chief emphasized, "That's right. What you see now is our normal appearance." "Really? Why didn't anyone tell me this?" Moo Yu had always thought that human was very easy to recognize and was completely different from humans. However, Old Tree Chief emphasized that their normal Moo Yu was the same as humans. This was very strange. No matter what attribute a human has, they have 2 forms. When we fight with cultivators, we will turn into trees. Usually, we're no different from humans. Actually, it's not just you. I'm afraid many cultivators think that our human is just a stone with branches on fire. This is because humans and human are always fighting each other. There's never been peace, so it's normal that you don't know our other appearance," Old Tree Chief explained. Moo Yu was skeptical. He still couldn't accept the fact that human could freely switch between 2 forms. However, Old Tree Chief was real. He wouldn't mistake his aura. He decided not to ask any more questions. He said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life, Old Tree Chief." It didn't take much to know that it was this unfathomable Old Tree Chief who had scared away the people from the gate of hell. The old tree head nodded. "You're different. Cultivators never say thank you to our Yu-Meng." Moo Yu smiled calmly. Ever since he found out that the war between human and humans was actually caused by the Threefold Palace, he felt that human didn't hate humans as much as the rumors said. After all, both sides were victims of the war. The real culprit was the Threefold Palace. "Then why did you come to save me? Didn't you guys leave the Moyun mountain range a long time ago?" Moo Yu asked curiously. Old Tree Chief didn't have any ill intentions towards Moo Yu, so Moo Yu wasn't worried that he would do anything to him. In this forest, it was probably unrealistic for Moo Yu to escape from Old Tree Chief's hands. Old Tree Chief was Moo Yu. He could control trees. Moo Yu didn't have much of an advantage. Old Tree Chief looked at Moo Yu meaningfully and said, I came specially to find you. Find me? Don't tell me you're here to recruit me again. Mu Yu recalled what Old Tree Chief said to him. At that time, Old Tree Chief could have killed Mu Yu. Old Tree Chief said that he wanted to gamble on Mu Yu. He felt that when the war between human and humans broke out in the future, Mu Yu might stand on humans' side. In the past, Mu Yu would have chosen to stand on the side of humans without hesitation and help them defeat human. However, ever since he found out some truths, he realized that if he helped the humans defeat human, he would be helping the Avilders. He couldn't help either side. He had to think of a way to stop this war and stop Threefold Palace's disgusting scheme. Blood would be spilled in war. Once lives were lost, the Threefold Palace would reap the benefits. I didn't recruit you. I followed Mu Ling's aura to find you. However, I found that you turned the originally lively Mu Ling into a lifeless object. Do you want to explain this to me? Old Tree Chief raised an eyebrow, as if he was questioning Mu Yu. This was an accident. It was really an accident. Mu Yu shrugged helplessly. Mu Ling was originally Mu Yu's sacred object. When Old Tree Chief gave it to Mu Yu, he definitely didn't want it to become like this. Unfortunately, after it absorbed the Netherworld grass death energy, it became a little strange. Although nothing had happened yet, Mu Yu didn't know what would happen in the future. Old Tree Chief smiled and said, I don't blame you. After all, it was the body sacred tree that chose to give it to you. Although Mu Ling changed its appearance, it can still control all plants. I came to find you because a series of things have happened on Threefold Continent this year. You were in the Moyun mountain range and didn't know about it. Chapter 568. After parting with Xiongnan, Mu Yu went to the Moyun Mountains to find a place to cultivate. He didn't know what happened in the triple-layered continent in the past year. Yumeng has already started fighting with the humans. Old Tree Leader said slowly. Started fighting? How? Mu Yu was shocked. He knew this would happen sooner or later, but he didn't want it to happen when he wasn't prepared. With his current strength, he couldn't stop this war. Yumen and the humans didn't have a reason to fight. The reason for the war was because the triple-layered palace was using the humans' hatred for human. In order to prevent their territories from being contaminated by the Yumeng devils, the human race was determined to fight on the battlefield and eradicate the Yumeng devils. Therefore, the self-cultivators regarded killing the Yumeng devils as a supreme honor. The self-cultivators didn't believe that the humans and human could coexist. This was because the self-cultivators respected the triple-layered palace as if they were gods. The triple-layered palace's words were supreme and no one doubted them. Mu Yu had always wanted to stop the triple-layered palace's plan and stop this war, but he couldn't do it with his current 7th celestial layer cultivation. Now that his master had been captured by Bai Jie, once Bai Jie took over Sword Shadow Chenfeng's undying body and appeared in the cultivation world in the form of Sword Shadow Chenfeng, all the cultivators would probably fight to the death with the Yu Meng Devil clan under the command of Sword Shadow Chenfeng. Old Tree Leader, listen to me. Yu Meng and the humans can't fight. This is all part of the triple-layered palace's scheme. Only war can provide soul power to the triple-layered palace. This war must be stopped. Mu Yu said urgently. Old Tree Head said seriously, I can't stop it. I only recently found out about the dirty business of the Threefold Palace. But you have to know that if the Threefold Palace wants to encourage self-cultivators to kill Yu Meng, we can only fight. We have no room for negotiation. Do you understand? The self-cultivators blindly followed the Sanchong Palace. Once the Sanchong Palace said that a war would break out, the war would start immediately. Yu Meng would not be in charge of this war. You can restrain Mu Yumeng. Mu Yu said hesitantly. I can't. Yu Meng only listens to the 5 spirit masters and I am just an elder of Mu Yumeng. Although I am very experienced, it does not mean that I can command the entire Mu Yumeng. Once a Yu Meng of a certain race has a spirit lord, but no Yu Meng of another race has a spirit lord, then the other Yu Meng can only listen to the call of that spirit lord. I don't understand. It's impossible for you to find the spirit lords. The 5 spirit lords Yu Meng are one with the 5 of us. It's impossible for them to stand out and order you around. Mu Yu said. Your senior brother, Xiong Nan, said old tree leader. Xiong Nan. Mu Yu was slightly startled. He remembered that Xiong Nan had already merged with Hutu, but he still did not believe old tree leader's words. He knows the consequences of war. He won't do that. No matter what Xiong Nan did, his ultimate goal was the same as Mu Yu's, which was to stop the Sanchong Palace's plan. He would try his best to avoid a war and reduce the number of casualties. He would not initiate a war. Old tree leader said seriously, "You still don't understand. Xiong Nan has now merged with Spirit Lord Tu Yumeng. He is the only Spirit Lord Tu Yumeng. All the Yumeng of the 5 races have to obey his orders. If he wants a war in the end, our Mu Yumeng will have no choice but to help him." Old tree leader was worried that Xiong Nan would order a war. When that happened, Mu Yumeng would not be able to stay out of it. Mu Yu clenched his fists. "So what's your purpose in coming to me? Xiong Nan is now Spirit Lord Tu Yumeng. Although we haven't received any orders for a large-scale war, Tu Yumeng has now taken the lead. They have begun to have conflicts with the self-cultivators from time to time. The flames of war have already started in some cities because they believe that Xiong Nan will lead Tu Yumeng back to glory. So I had to find you and let you lead Mu Yumeng. Only then will we not have to listen to Spirit Lord Tu Yumeng's orders." "You mean you will listen to my orders?" Mu Yu asked in surprise. Old tree leader shook his head. "Do you remember what I told you? Neither Tu Yumeng nor the human race will trust the 5 of you. We trust Spirit Lord Tu Yumeng in your bodies. Therefore, I will not listen to your orders. I will only listen to Master Gomang in your body. Unless you can merge with Master Gomang like Xiong Nan, I will only listen to your orders." Mu Yu said in a deep voice, "Xiong Nan will not start a war." However, his words were not persuasive because old tree leader would not believe him. Old tree leader did not like war. The consequences of war were quite severe. As far as I know, Tu Yumeng already knows that Xiong Nan and Master Tu Yumeng have merged. So, Tu Yumeng has already gone to find Xiong Nan and asked him to lead Tu Yumeng in battle. If Xiong Nan wants to start a war, Mu Yumeng can only obey. We cannot disobey Xiong Nan's orders because we do not have a Spirit Lord. But even if Tu Yumeng finds Xiong Nan, it will be useless. I know Xiong Nan. He will do his best to stop this war." Mu Yu relaxed a little. Old tree leader's words meant that Yumen had not found Xiong Nan yet. "Let me tell you, if Tu Yumeng finds Xiong Nan, even if Xiong Nan is unwilling, Tu Yumeng will make him compromise. No one can maintain their composure in the face of the power of slaughter. Try this." Old tree leader suddenly attacked. He was so fast that Mu Yu did not even have time to react. A green light instantly enveloped Mu Yu's body. This green light caused Mu Yu's body to suddenly become restless. He felt that he needed to do something. What should he do? Mu Yu's mind was filled with excitement. He wanted to see blood. He wanted to suck the life out of others. Only then could he satisfy his desire to kill. That's right. He wanted to kill. Mu Yu's eyes began to emit a strange black and white light. He stared coldly at the Mu Yumeng around him. The shadow clone sword in his hand was already flying towards one of the Mu Yumeng behind old tree leader. Ding! Old tree leader tightly grasped the shadow sword. At the same time, the green light on Mu Yu's body disappeared. The restless feeling slowly subsided. The desire to kill also gradually disappeared from Mu Yu's mind. "You!" Mu Yu stared at old tree leader in shock. He did not understand what old tree leader's green light was. He had actually wanted to kill. It was exactly the same as when he had lost control of himself and was bewitched by Gomang. Old tree leader returned the shadow clone sword to Mu Yu and said sternly, "Do you understand how serious the situation is now? I have the ability to make you fall into a killing frenzy, but so does Tu Yumeng. If Tu Yumeng finds Xiong Nan will no longer be the person you know. He will definitely be influenced by the power of slaughter. He will lead Tu Yumeng, and even our Mu Yumeng, to wage war against the humans." Mu Yu took a step back to put some distance between him and old tree leader. He asked in disbelief, "What did you do to make me want to kill so badly?" Needless to say, there was definitely someone like old tree leader among Tu Yumeng. Once Tu Yumeng's elders made a move against Xiongnan might not be able to maintain his original heart. Xiongnan's thoughts had already become very extreme. Old Tree Leader said, "You don't have to be wary of me. This power is the other half left behind by Lord Gomang. I only found this lost power recently. This power has the most primitive instinct to kill. It makes people bloodthirsty and can help you quickly undo the seal in your body. Jin Yumeng, Hua Yumeng, and Shui Yumeng have all found the other half of the power left behind by the other spirit lords. They are also looking for their own spirit lords, but they will not be as merciful as me." Mu Yu was slightly shocked. He had heard from Gomang that the 5 of them only had half of the power of the 5 spirit lords. Gomang did not say where the other half was. He did not expect Old Tree Leader and the others to find it. "Then why do you choose to believe me?" Mu Yu did not understand. He was currently suppressing Gomang. With Old Tree Leader's identity, he should be helping Gomang break free. "It's not that I believe you. This power of killing was taken away by Jian Ying and sealed by Chen Feng. This power is too vicious and will make you lose yourself. I can't guarantee what will happen to you after you are affected by this power. Perhaps you will become even worse and become bloodthirsty. From the fact that you even killed our own people just now, you can tell that obtaining this power now is not good for me, so I won't give it to you," Old Tree Leader explained. After a while, Old Tree Leader said, "But Xiongnan is the real spirit lord Tu Yumeng. He can control this power. Hutu used to be bloodthirsty, so whether Xiongnan is willing or not, this power will make Xiongnan fall into the desire to kill. He will definitely lead Tu Yumeng to war with the cultivators. When that happens, everything will be irreversible." Mu Yu roughly understood the situation. He was silent for a moment before asking, "You don't want me to obtain this power, but you want me to lead Tu Yumeng. What's your plan? I can't sense Lord Gomang's existence from your body." Then, Lord Gomang must have been sealed by Jian Ying and Chen Feng. This kind of seal can only be broken by the power of killing. This power in my hand comes from Lord Gomang. You can't control it without fusing with Lord Gomang. However, if you produce the power of killing, you can control it. Therefore, you have to produce the power of killing as soon as possible to break the seal. Then, you have to fuse with Lord Gomang and lead us. As long as you choose not to fight, Tu Yumeng can withdraw from this war, Old Tree Leader said. So it was still impossible to avoid killing? Mu Yu did not want to fuse with Gomang because he had seen the change in Xiongnan's personality after he fused with Hutu. It would cause him to become extreme. However, if Xiongnan was infected by the power of killing again, he might forget his original intention. He might forget that he was doing this to stop the threefold palace. In order to satisfy his desire to kill, he would lead Tu Yumeng to war with the humans. At that time, he would really follow the will of the threefold palace. Once Cheng Yang and Luo Shong were found by Jin Yumeng and Hua Yumeng, they might be infected by the desire to kill that did not belong to them and break the 9 heavens sealing formation. When that happened, the situation would be even worse. It was impossible for Old Tree Leader to keep Mu Yumeng out of this because Mu Yumeng did not have a spiritual master. When that happened, they would have to obey whatever the other spiritual masters wanted Mu Yumeng to do. Therefore, Mu Yu had to choose Mu Yumeng and become his spiritual master. Only by leading Mu Yumeng would they be able to avoid this war as much as possible. All of this was based on the premise of breaking the 9 heavens sealing formation. Mu Yu could use the formation to break the seal when his cultivation reached the tribulation passing stage, but by then, Yumen would have already started fighting with the humans. Chapter 569. A gentle breeze blew through the forest. Looking down from a high place, the treetops of every tree in the forest swayed at the same time, as if green waves were rolling. At this moment, there were 10 figures standing on top of the waves. Even if a self-cultivator passed by at this moment, he would not think that 9 of the 10 people were the real Mu Yumeng, and one of them had an unclear relationship with Mu Yumeng. Although Mu Yu did not want to kill casually, he had long realized that he had unknowingly become accustomed to the passing of life. Some things had quietly changed his view of life. If some people did not deserve to live in this world, then he indeed had to reap their lives. A black and white light flashed across Mu Yu's eyes. He said calmly, "I understand. I know what I should do." Old Tree Leader stood with his hands behind his back. Seeing that Mu Yu had made up his mind, he smiled again and said, "We will wait for you. Mu Yuming does not like war, but when war breaks out, we cannot stand by and do nothing. I know that you want to revive a person called Deadwood Evergreen, so you need his soul to be intact. Go to Ghost Island, you can nourish the soul there. This is also the goal of the people from the Gate of Hell." The people from the Gate of Hell were the beginning of Mu Yu's massacre. I realized that Mu Ling's injuries have healed a lot. Absorbing the power of the soul can also heal it. This time, I only saved you from the Gate of Hell and did not take care of them because I feel that the people from the Gate of Hell should die in your hands and become nourishment for Mu Ling, not die in my hands. Take these 3 body leaves. If you encounter a situation like that again in the future, you can inject your spiritual energy into the body leaves. It will turn into the 5 elements escape technique to help you escape. You can also rely on it to find me. Old Tree Leader opened his palm, and the 3 body leaves gently floated from his palm and landed in front of Mu Yu. Mu Yu took the body leaves and was surprised to find that the 3 body leaves were connected to old Shuzhong's aura. It was as if there was an invisible thread that could lead him to old Shuzhong's location. As far as I know, many people from the Gate of Hell have come to the Moyun mountain range this time. You have to be careful. Don't let that kind of accident happen again. Old Tree Leader nodded kindly at Mu Yu before his figure gradually disappeared into the forest. The other 8 Mu Yumengs also followed behind him. "Old Tree, you seem to be doing well," Dragon Vine said. "Yeah, do you think Yumeng can be eaten?" Xiao Shui asked while wagging his tail. "Why do you eat everything? Go eat **T. Long Ting said snappily. Mu Yu laughed involuntarily. Xiao Shui was really a good child who was not picky about food. The Moyun mountain range had a famous place, and that was Mass Burial Valley. The Disorderly Burial Valley was actually an underground fissure that was several thousand meters long and 200 meters wide. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Every midnight, there would be ghostly cries and wolf howls coming from the bottom of the Disorderly Burial Valley. It was very scary. There were many villages near the Disorderly Burial Valley. The people in these villages had a custom. After a person died, they would dress the dead in the most solemn clothes and throw them into the Disorderly Burial Valley. In their legends, the Disorderly Burial Valley was an underground fissure that led to the reincarnation cycle of the underworld. The dead could only be reincarnated when they were thrown in. Some people in the cities would also bring their corpses here from afar and throw them down. This was also a good place for many self-cultivators to destroy their corpses. Once, Gui Shenyu killed 49 self-cultivators from the Jindan period here and found Feng Haochen's hiding place with the help of the soul tracking array. The Disorderly Burial Valley was located on a high slope. It was shrouded in grey fog all year round, and even the sun couldn't shine in. At the bottom of the slope, there was a funeral procession made up of several hundred people. At this moment, mournful trumpets were leading the way. These 100 people were all mortals from the nearby villages. The person who died today was a 90-year-old old man. For a mortal to be able to live to 90 years old was already quite good. Because of the high seniority, according to the village's custom, the entire village had to come to the funeral procession. A few people wearing mourning clothes carried a Nanmu coffin. Along the way, paper money flew and danced in the wind. This funeral procession slowly followed the mountain path to the Disorderly Burial Valley. The uphill road was very difficult to walk, especially when they were carrying a heavy coffin. The faces of the few people carrying the coffin were flushed red. Every now and then, they would have to stop and rest for a while. By the time they carried the coffin to the edge of the Disorderly Burial Valley, everyone was already sweating profusely. The coffin was placed at the edge of the Disorderly Burial Valley. Below, there were gusts of cold wind. When the paper money fell down, it would quickly be blown up. If one were to pay attention, they would realize that not a single paper money fell into the Disorderly Burial Valley. In front of the coffin was a simple table. On top of it was an incense burner with 3 sticks of incense. There were also some offerings for the deceased to not starve on the road to the Yellow Springs. On the ground, there was an iron bucket. The paper money inside was burning vigorously. 40 to 50 family members knelt in front of the coffin and cried loudly. Although many of them did not cry at all, according to the village's custom, the louder the children and grandchildren cried, the more filial they were. Therefore, every child and grandson cried as loudly as they could, afraid that they would be labeled as unfilial. Chen Erzhuang was a man with a dark complexion. He was also in the business of the dead. Whether it was the coffin or the paper money offerings, they all came from his shop. The people in the village were uncultured. Therefore, every time he would help people write a memorial and follow the funeral procession here to send off the deceased. Chen Erzhuang knew the custom of the dead better than anyone else. Because he dealt with the dead all year round, he always had a sad professional face. He glanced at the 40 to 50 family members who were crying desperately and sighed in his heart. Among these 40 to 50 people, there were probably less than 5 who were truly sad. Perhaps it was because he often saw this kind of scene, so he could tell at a glance who was revealing their true feelings and who was deliberately wiping their tears with onions. When people grew old, they would bring a lot of burden to their family, especially if they had many children and grandchildren. Retirement would become a problem. If they had many sons, unless they met a truly filial son, they would not take the initiative to support them. After the death of the old man, the children and grandchildren would feel relieved. For them, there was no need to spend extra energy and money. Dear villagers, we come with a heavy heart to send off Old Master Zhao. Old Master Zhao had many children and grandchildren. He lived an honest and simple life. Now that he has died of old age, it is a happy funeral. His children and grandchildren are all very filial. Chen Erzhuang understood the situation of this family. To be honest, although the dead old Master Zhao lived to the age of 90, he did not have a good life in his later years. He had lived for too long. He had 3 sons, 2 daughters, 10 grandchildren, and more than 20 great-grandchildren. 4 generations living under the same roof should have been a happy thing. However, none of his 3 sons were willing to take the initiative to support him in his old age. None of his grandchildren were willing to visit him. He had lived alone for more than 10 years. He was only discovered 3 days after his death. The funny thing was that it was not his relatives who discovered the news of his death, but a dog he raised. It barked at the door for 3 days before someone noticed that something was wrong. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. The child wants to be raised, but the parents are no longer around. Old Master Zhao raised so many outstanding and filial children in his life. He was a kind father and filial son. Now that he has left like this, people can't help but sigh at the impermanence of the world and the unfairness of fate. Chen Erzhuang snorted disdainfully in his heart. When he had just arrived at the Zhao family, Old Master Zhao's 3 sons were still arguing over who would inherit the house that Old Master Zhao lived in when he was alive. But what did this have to do with him? He was just a businessman. It was fine as long as he chose the right words to say. Now that the dead are gone, the living should restrain their grief. Old Master Zhao's spirit in heaven will definitely protect his descendants' health and longevity. Let us send Old Master Zhao off together. Old Master Zhao, rest in peace. Chen Erzhuang sometimes thought that he had been sending off the dead his whole life. Then who should read the eulogy for him after he died? Old Master Zhao's descendants cried loudly again. Everyone was about to tear their throats. Some of them cried until their voices were hoarse, but they still tried their best to cry out loud. The time has come. Old Master Zhao should be on his way. Chen Erzhuang gestured and the 4 workers he had brought immediately came forward. They solemnly lifted the coffin and then slowly pushed it into the bottomless chaotic burial valley. The heavy Nanmu coffin quickly fell into the abyss. The cold wind blew and soon disappeared into the grey fog. Old Master Zhao's descendants followed Chen Erzhuang's orders and all rushed to the edge of the chaotic burial valley, crying and begging for him to stay. Father, don't go. This child hasn't finished being filial. Grandfather, don't leave us. Great-grandfather, come back quickly. Everyone was crying and shouting with all their might, trying to persuade Old Man Zhao to stay. Old Master Zhao's death wasn't a big deal to them. They even hoped that he would die early so that the neighbors wouldn't gossip. Chen Erzhuang still had a sad expression. He sighed lightly. Although it was customary to cry out like this to show the descendants' reluctance to part with their loved ones, this kind of thing often seemed like a joke. But at this time, Old Master Zhao's descendants suddenly cried out in fear. Everyone screamed and ran back as if they had seen something terrifying in the chaotic burial valley. Chen Erzhuang felt that this was a bit strange. He didn't want these people to scream like this. He turned his head to look down at the bottom of the chaotic burial valley. This look was fine, but he was so scared that his legs went soft and he almost fell down. Old Master Zhao's Nanmu coffin didn't fall down. Instead, it slowly rose up. A strange aura came from the coffin. Soon, a cold aura enveloped everyone. Everyone was so scared that they couldn't move. The Nanmu coffin gradually floated up from the bottom of the chaotic burial valley and appeared in front of the hundreds of people. Then, with a heavy sound, the coffin lid slowly slid open. Old Master Zhao suddenly stood up straight from the coffin. Ghost! All the mourners screamed in fear. They wanted to turn around and run away, but an invisible force suppressed them. They were horrified to find that their legs no longer listened to them. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Patriarch Zhao's wrinkled face. His eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of eyes that were as black as ink, without the slightest white in them. The most frightening thing was that Old Master Zhao actually opened his mouth, which had long since lost all of his teeth, and spoke. "Weren't you crying for me to come back? Why are you all so scared now that I'm back?" Old Master Zhao laughed sinisterly. His laughter was like a demonic beast grinding its teeth. It scared his descendants out of their wits. "Father, you should leave quickly. Yes, it was Big Brother and Second Brother who wanted to take over your house. I just don't like the look of it." Nonsense. It was clearly Third Brother who shouted the loudest. The three sons suddenly began to blame each other. They thought that Old Master Zhao didn't want to leave because of the house, so they hurriedly tried to shift the blame. "So it's like this. Then why don't the three of you come with me and continue to be filial to me in the netherworld?" Old Master Zhao suddenly stretched out his hand, and a monstrous ghost aura instantly enveloped his three sons. The three of them roared in pain, and then gradually lost their voices. Only 3 white souls floated up from their bodies, and Old Master Zhao opened his mouth and swallowed them all into his stomach. Old Master Zhao sucked the souls of his 3 sons. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Then, he looked at everyone and laughed sinisterly. "I'll take all the souls of your Zhao family. Keek." Chapter 570. After Mu Yu returned from Fulong Mountain, he first went to Qingshou City. Qingshou City was under the jurisdiction of Qingsong School. Many self-cultivators in Moyun Mountain Range would gather here. It was undoubtedly the best place to inquire about the situation in Moyun Mountain Range. Since Mu Yu wanted to find the whereabouts of the people from the Gate of Hell, he had to start from here. As for where the people from the Gate of Hell wanted to go to the Ghost Island, Mu Yu had no clue. Because until now, only one person knew the location of the Ghost Island. That was Duke Red Dragon, who was subdued by perfected Jiuhua. After not returning for a few years, Qingshou City had already undergone tremendous changes. In the past, Qingshou City was still the location of the school. Later on, under Mu Yu's request, the Qingsong Taoist abolished the Grey Disciple system. Now, the school still existed, but the Grey Disciples who served in the school were no longer servants for life. They were paid for their service. Every self-cultivator who wanted to stay in the school or order the Grey Disciples around had to pay a certain amount of spirit stones. This rule was set by Mu Yu at the request of the Qingsong Taoist. At that time, the Qingsong Taoist had prestige in Moyun Mountain Range. No one dared to say no, so the school could be considered to have undergone a major reform. Little Shuai was happily eating 2 buns on Mu Yu's shoulder. Mu Yu directly flew into the school. There weren't any major changes in the school. The only difference was that all the sects no longer had their own independent courtyards. All the courtyards could be rented out. Different courtyards had different prices. If a cultivator wanted to stay here, they would need to spend spirit stones. The system of selecting disciples for each sect did not change. They were still selected from the school every year. If they were not selected, they could be a grey disciple in the school and work for self-cultivators to earn spirit stones. Although their status was low, at least they would not be ordered around. The one who received Mu Yu was a 16 or 17-year-old grey disciple. He looked very smart and diligent. He was also very talkative. Everyone called him Little Fei. After Mu Yu paid him 10 spirit stones, he brought Mu Yu to a clean independent courtyard. "Sir, do you have any other orders?" Xiao Fei himself was only at the first layer of Qi disciple, so he was very respectful towards any cultivator. Furthermore, Mu Yu's aura was steady and he could tell at a glance that he was not an ordinary person, so he did not dare to slight him. "I have a few questions. If you answer them well, I'll give you another 10 spirit stones." Mu Yu placed 10 spirit stones on the table and stroked Little Handsome's tail. When Xiao Fei saw the 10 spirit stones, his face lit up with joy, and he quickly promised, "Sir, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know. Has anything major happened in the cultivation world recently?" Mu Yu asked. Now that the people from the Gate of Hell had come to the Moyun mountain range, if they wanted to massacre the cultivators or mortals here, the Moyun mountain range would not be able to stop them at all. However, if the people from the Gate of Hell were to do something big, it would definitely cause a commotion. Something big? Let me think. Qingsong School issued the 23rd Qingsong Alliance Command, which is a big deal. 2 days ago, the Langshan sect changed its leader, which is a big deal. 5 days ago, the daughter of the leader of the Wuwen sect got married, which is a big deal. Xiao Fei began to talk non-stop about the Moyun mountain range. However, these were all trivial matters of the major sects in the cultivation world, which was not what Mu Yu wanted to know. Originally, the Moyun mountain range was very remote and the spirit energy was thin. First of all, the cultivators of the 3 continents did not know that the immortal confinement prison had been lifted. Even if they knew, they would not come here for no reason, unless they were people like the people from the Gate of Hell who had ulterior motives. Alright, then let me ask you again. Have there been any cultivators with high cultivation who emitted black gas and looked cold recently in the cultivation world? Mu Yu originally wanted to ask if he had seen anyone from the Gate of Hell, but after thinking about it, he realized that the cultivators of the Moyun mountain range did not know what the people from the Gate of Hell were. This place was isolated from the rest of the world, so they were not clear about the layout of the 3 continents. Cultivators who emitted black gas. I haven't seen them before, but 2 days ago, I heard some haunted things that caused a lot of commotion. I wonder if you would like to know? Xiao Fei asked after hesitating for a moment. Tell me about it. It's like this. You should know that there is a mass burial valley in the north. That place is lifeless all year round. If anyone in the nearby villages lost their relatives, they would throw the dead into the bottomless mass burial valley. Just a month ago, there was a funeral procession that went to the funeral of a 90-year-old old Master Zhao as usual. At that time, I heard that the coffins had already been thrown down, but who would have thought that Patriarch Zhao would suddenly float out of the mass burial valley and say some strange words? Then, his 3 sons suddenly died, and then a large amount of cold and oppressive black fog appeared. Patriarch Zhao's 56 descendants, including his son-in-law and daughter-in-law, all died. Everyone in the funeral procession died? Mu Yu furrowed his brows. He had a deep impression of the mass burial valley. At that time, Gui Shenyu had Daoist Zhouhua kill 49 Jindan period cultivators in the mass burial valley, and used the soul-searching array to find the whereabouts of Zhen Ying and Chen Feng. Mu Yu had never liked the mass burial valley. That gloomy underground fissure was probably the favorite place of the people from the Gate of Hell. Xiao Fei mysteriously said, "That's where it's strange. Old Master Zhao was 90 years old, and according to the customs of their village, every family in the village had to send 2 people to the funeral. So in reality, there were about 200 people who went to the funeral procession. However, only old Master Zhao's family died. The others all fainted. When they woke up, they found that old Master Zhao's entire family was dead." En. Who had a grudge against old Master Zhao? They actually killed all of his descendants. Mu Yu felt that it was very strange. At first, he thought that it was the people from the Gate of Hell. However, the people from the Gate of Hell would not leave anyone alive. They would not be so merciful and only kill old Master Zhao's descendants. Impossible. It is said that old Master Zhao did not have anyone to take care of him when he was alive. He was only discovered 3 days after his death. After his death, his 3 sons began to fight for his inheritance. They all said that old Master Zhao's descendants had no conscience. Old Master Zhao died with his eyes wide open, so he came back from the netherworld to take away all of his descendant. Xiao Fei said. Then, are the other people in the funeral procession all right? Mu Yu asked. They are all fine. Those people saw with their own eyes that old Master Zhao took away his 3 unfilial sons and sank into the mass burial valley. This matter is absolutely true. Xiao Fei patted his chest and guaranteed. He was afraid that Mu Yu would not believe half a word, and then the 10 spirit stones would fly away. So strange. Mu Yu rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. According to Xiao Fei's description, the black fog was a characteristic of the people from the Gate of Hell. The ghost chi that they emitted was similar to the black fog. However, the people from the Gate of Hell would not be so kind as to specially help old Master Zhao punish his unfilial descendants. If they wanted to kill, they would definitely kill everyone. Sir, if you have any other questions, please ask. I am very well informed. There is basically nothing that I do not know. Xiao Fei stared at the 10 spirit stones on the table. As long as he could get these 10 spirit stones, he would be able to answer questions for a day and a night. Mu Yu pondered for a moment and asked, did anything strange happen a year ago? Was it between the sects? Was there a heavenly anomaly or something like that? A year ago, the immortal confinement prison in the Moyun mountain range was lifted. This was a major matter and should not have been done quietly. A heavenly anomaly a year ago? Who in the cultivation world doesn't know about that matter a year ago? Sir, you should also know about it. Xiao Fei was somewhat puzzled. I was in secluded cultivation a year ago and only came out recently. Is that so? Could it be that Sir doesn't know about it? Then I will tell you in detail. Xiao Fei's face revealed a trace of astonishment. A year ago, there was indeed a heavenly anomaly. Moreover, it was so powerful that all cultivators and mortals saw it. At that time, the sky was dyed golden, incomparably gorgeous, and many mysterious and complex characters were densely distributed in the sky. Then, streaks of sacred white light appeared in the sky, crisscrossing like a spider web. Then, as if the sky had shattered, all the golden characters began to fall, turning into fragments and disappearing. Mu Yu silently listened to Xiao Fei's description. He didn't need to think to know that the so-called white light was the method of the guardian of the third palace. It should be a sign that the immortal confinement prison had been broken. Sir, you might not believe it, but after the anomaly, a celestial being covered in white light appeared in the falling dust sect. Yes, it was the poor sect that was looked down upon the most in the cultivation world, the falling dust sect. The celestial was covered in divine might and the white light was so sacred that it made people feel reverence. How could we have imagined that the celestial being would appear directly in the falling dust mountain? Xiao Fei exclaimed in admiration. Mu Yu sneered in his heart. At the same time, he was furious. The third palace's people were covered in sacred white light to conceal their dark nature. How ironic. No one understood why the celestial being would descend on the falling dust mountain. However, the celestial being's figure was several thousand feet tall and could be clearly seen from several hundred kilometers away. The falling dust mountain was like a small stone in front of him. Afterwards, the white light instantly enveloped the entire falling dust mountain. Then, it was said that the sect master of the falling dust sect, Fenghouchen, flew out of the falling dust mountain and disappeared into the white light. Everyone said that Fenghouchen was lucky and was received by the celestial being into the heavens. Xiao Fei said with a face full of envy. Received into the heavens? Mu Yu hated this saying. His master had been captured by the White Realm and he was powerless to do anything. Now, Outsiders were saying that the celestial being received into the heavens. That disgusting guy from the third palace was worthy of being called a celestial being. Xiao Fei was just a grey disciple, just like all the other self-cultivators. How would they know about the conspiracy behind this? If this happened on the third continent outside the Moyun mountain range, many self-cultivators would think that being taken away by the Sanchong Palace was a lucky thing. The third palace was wearing a sacred skin to do shameful things. They were truly shameless to the extreme. Xiao Fei took a deep breath and continued. Many cultivators wanted to go to the Falling Dust Mountain to see what was going on. However, the Falling Dust Mountain had a very powerful formation that prevented people from entering. Therefore, this matter was left unsettled. However, the Falling Dust Mountain had already become a sacred ground in the eyes of many people. After all, it was the place where the celestial being personally descended. The Falling Dust Mountain had always been a sacred ground in Mu Yu's eyes. It was indeed the place where a true god lived. That true god's name was Jianying Chen Feng. He was not someone that a treacherous person like the third palace could compare to. Mu Yu quietly listened to Xiao Fei's story. He didn't reveal any strange expressions. He didn't want Xiao Fei to see any clues. Here are 10 spirit stones. Take them. If you see or hear about the people I described, help me keep an eye out. I will come find you in the future. Mu Yu pushed the spirit stones to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei quickly put away the 10 spirit stones. His movements were very fast. He was afraid that Mu Yu would go back on his words and take the spirit stones away. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely keep an eye out for sir. They emit black energy and are cold. Their cultivation is high. Remember. Xiao Fei nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. 10 spirit stones for 2 sentences. This was a gold mine. How could he dare to be negligent? Mu Yu pondered for a moment and put away some of the anger in his heart. He needed to go to the chaotic burial valley to see what was going on. Chapter 571. The spiritual energy in the Moyun mountain range was very scarce. Even though the restriction of the immortal confinement prison had been lifted for a year, it was said that there were still no nascent soul stage cultivators in the Moyun mountain range. This was because the spiritual energy here was still not enough to sustain a cultivator during the Jindan period to break through to the nascent soul stage. I wonder when the next nascent soul stage cultivator will appear in the Moyun mountain range, Mu Yu muttered. How can the spiritual energy seep in from the outside so quickly? After all, this place has been suppressed for more than 100 years. I'm afraid it will take more than 100 years to recover. Xiao Shuai was not surprised. 100 years was indeed unfair to the cultivators in the Moyun mountain range. Mu Yu was no stranger to the road to the disorderly burial valley. After all, he had been here once. The incident with Gui Shenyu was still fresh in his mind. Mu Yu arrived at the disorderly burial valley. The surroundings were filled with grey fog and yin energy was flowing everywhere. He did not show himself directly. Instead, he paid attention from afar, trying to find clues about the people from the gate of hell. If they were really from the gate of hell, then it would be unwise for them to appear directly in the disorderly burial valley. However, there was no one in the disorderly burial valley except for the yin energy. Even birds were unwilling to fly here. The bottom of the disorderly burial valley was filled with dead people. Over the years, countless yin energy had accumulated, causing this place to always be terrifying. The people from the gate of hell would indeed like to cultivate in this place where the yin energy was extremely dense. There were many resentful spirits here, which they could use to refine their own magic treasures. When Gui Shenyu used the soul tracking array, she had relied on the yin energy here to set up the array. This place was a treasured land for the people from the gate of hell. Mu Yu guessed that the people from the gate of hell might be divided into 2 groups. One group was collecting resentful spirits in the 100,000 mountains, and the other group was waiting here. After all, he remembered that Gui Han had said that they would only be able to enter the Ghost Island after collecting 1,000 demonic beast souls. He was afraid that this mission would not be so easy to complete. How long do we have to wait? Long Teng muttered. Mu Yu and little Shuai had been waiting on a mountain peak in the distance for nearly an entire day because he was worried that there would be people from the gate of hell in the body integration stage. When the time came, it would not be so easy to provoke them. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any trace of the people from the gate of hell. In the end, he decided to take the risk and get closer to see what was going on. Xiao Shuai, lower your voice when you're eating. We're going to look for a dead person. Can you be more serious? Mu Yu had a headache as he watched Xiao Shuai munching on the apple. Oh. Xiao Shuai took another bite. Dead people couldn't affect Xiao Shuai's appetite. He cautiously approached the valley of disorderly graves and frowned as he sensed the aura around him. There's no aura of people from the gate of hell here. Mu Yu had fought with the people from the gate of hell more than once or twice, so he was very familiar with the strangeness of their techniques. If the people from the gate of hell were here, they would definitely leave behind a bone-piercing cold aura. Even the air would be filled with a chill that was difficult to disperse. If it's not people from the gate of hell, then who could it be? Dragon Tongue asked curiously. We're not going to go down and see what's going on, are we? Xiao Shuai finally finished eating the apple. Then, he looked at the bottomless crack in the ground with disgust. Yin Qi floated up from below, making people feel very uncomfortable. Little mouse, aren't you going to taste the taste of souls? Dragon Tongue snorted. I'm not going to eat such disgusting things, Xiao Shuai said. The valley of disorderly graves was like a bottomless sinkhole. Until now, no one knew what was at the bottom of the sinkhole. However, everyone could imagine corpses everywhere, coffin fragments scattered all over the ground, bones piled up into mountains, and so on. No matter what, many people had been thrown in here. In any case, we've even gone through the yin corpse formation. What's there to be afraid of in this valley of disorderly graves? Mu Yu said calmly. In his heart, he was actually a little repulsed. To some extent, this place was even more terrifying than the yin corpse formation. When he went through the yin corpse formation, at least he knew what was waiting for him. However, in the valley of disorderly graves, no one knew what would jump out. However, although the valley of disorderly graves was full of dead people, most of them were mortals. There might be some cultivators whose bodies had been destroyed. The strongest cultivator was only in the Jindan period. Even if they could become spirits, they wouldn't be heaven-defying, right? No matter what, he was still a spirit-severing stage cultivator. It was reasonable for him to be afraid of a few souls. Besides, if it really was the gate of hell, he could just throw out Mu Ling and run away. I don't like this decision. Xiao Shuai curled up his body and drilled into Mu Yu's clothes. He stuck out his small head with a face full of unhappiness. Coward. Dragon Teng mocked. Bah, I'm just being cautious. There's an aura here that I hate. Xiao Shuai sniffed. What aura is that? Dragon Teng asked curiously. It's as annoying as the aura on your body. Xiao Shuai said without any trace of politeness. Mu Yu told the two of them to stop making noise. It was as if they were afraid that people would know that they were going to explore the pile of dead people. He stepped on Mu Ling and jumped into the valley of disorderly graves. A cold wind blew against Mu Yu's body. The cold air penetrated his body. He was surprised to find that his spiritual energy couldn't repel this cold air. This cold wind had a strange penetrating power that ignored the obstruction of spiritual energy. He descended very slowly and didn't dare to slack off. He was always on guard against people from the gate of hell who would jump out of nowhere. Around him were rugged and uneven rocks with a thin layer of frost. Other than that, there wasn't even a single plant. It was as if there was no life here. I remember the underground palace of the devil race. At that time, there were at least some things with rich spiritual energy that attracted me. There's nothing here. Why do you think we have to explore the underground? Xiao Shuai asked with a pout. If you don't explore the underground, do you want to go to the sky? Why don't you go and walk around the sun? Long Ting curled her lips. What do you know? When we were in the second heaven, we did go to the sky. At that time, we found the 9 Qi soul cleansing flower in the sky. Xiao Shuai snorted. However, Mu Yu didn't fall for very long. After about an hour, He was surprised to find that he had already sunk to the bottom of the valley of disorderly grave. Corpses were everywhere, coffins were shattered, and white bones were everywhere. There wasn't a single thing that he imagined. The bottom of the valley of disorderly graves was just ordinary gravel. There were no insects, no moss, nothing. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. Strange. Didn't they say that this was the place to dump corpses? Why aren't there any corpses? Xiao Shuai blinked. Mu Yu also didn't understand. Even if there weren't people from the gate of hell here, there should at least be corpses, right? If there weren't any corpses, then some coffins would be fine too. Even wood shavings wouldn't make Mu Yu feel slightly normal, but what the F***ck was going on at the bottom of the valley? Could it be some kind of ghoul or something that ate all the corpses? Long Teng guessed. Ghouls can't even eat coffins, right? Mu Yu searched around the empty valley, but there was still nothing out of the ordinary. He quickly flew around the entire valley. The valley of disorderly graves wasn't very long, only a few 100 miles. With Mu Yu's speed, he quickly circled around the entire valley, but he didn't even see a ghost. After the people from the nearby villages died, they would throw their corpses into the valley of disorderly graves. However, there wasn't a single corpse at the bottom of the valley of disorderly graves. Those corpses seemed to have disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The folklore says that this is a path to reincarnation in the underworld. It can't be that mysterious, right? Mu Yu felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There were waves of yin qi in the sky, but he could still see light shining in. Are the people from the gate of hell here to clean up the corpses? Maybe they want to live here peacefully, little Shuai guessed. If the people from the gate of hell had that kind of leisure time, the sun would rise from the west. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There wasn't any special presence down there like the people from the gate of hell. Although the wind in the valley of disorderly graves was bone-chilling, it was a completely different concept from the people from the gate of hell. Could there be something living in the caves on the cliffs that we've overlooked? Long Ting looked at the frost-covered cliffs and said, "Let me search." Mu Yu performed a series of hand seals, and countless sonic sparrows emerged from his hand. They spread their wings and fluttered in the air, searching the cliffs of Mass Burial Valley. At the same time, he released his spirit power to check the cliffs. After an hour, he still couldn't find a single cave. This is so strange. Did the corpses really disappear from the world? Mu Yu felt that it was very strange. He had already checked the entire valley of disorderly graves. It was just an ordinary crack in the ground. There was nothing special about it. He wondered if there was some kind of teleportation formation that sent the corpses away. However, Mu Yu was the sect master of the formation glyph sect. If there was some kind of formation here, it was impossible for him to not notice it. Besides, if there was a formation, Little Shuai would have happily shouted that he wanted to gnaw on the formation base. Little Shuai named all the formation bases gnaw on the base, meaning that he could gnaw on all the formation bases. The situation was so strange that it made people's hair stand on end. Maybe only the dead can enter. We're alive and kicking, and we're handsome. Even the king of hell won't open the door for us. Little Shuai tidied up the 2 tufts of hair on his forehead. Mu Yu couldn't find out what had happened in the valley of disorderly graves. He could only come up with this plan for now. Let's go back and figure out what happened at old Master Zhao's funeral. Then, we'll see if there are any elders in the nearby villages who need to be buried here. Why can't we do something fun? For example, go to a barbecue restaurant and eat some roast duck. Why do we have to wait for the dead? Are we that bored? Little Shuai rolled his eyes. We can start a fire and barbecue down there and wait for the dead to fall down. Dragon Vine didn't mind at all. Big Earthworm, why are your tastes so heavy? Shouldn't you be the one with the heavy tastes? Mu Yu returned to the top of the valley of disorderly graves. The valley of disorderly graves wasn't very deep, only a few 1,000 meters. When Mu Yu went down, he was worried that some souls would jump out from the cold wind, so he was very slow. However, when he came back up, it didn't take much time. The abnormality of the Valley of Disorderly Graves was something that Mu didn't expect. After so many years of throwing the dead into the Valley of Disorderly Graves, the bottom of the valley was completely empty. Mu even moved the gravel on the ground away, but he still didn't find anything related to the dead. It was as if he had entered another world. After leaving the Valley of Disorderly Graves, Mu flew up into the sky and scanned the scene in the distance. Soon, he found a village about 30 kilometers north of the Valley of Disorderly Graves. According to Xiao Fei from the academy, this village was called Jiangxi Village, and it was the village where Old Master Zhao lived. Since that incident, many cultivators had come here because of its reputation, but they couldn't find any clues. Therefore, this matter could only be regarded as the imagination of mortals. The village was very quiet. Simple villagers came and went, carrying plows and hoes, carrying grass and herding cows. There were also many people busy in the nearby fields. Mu stopped a dark-skinned middle-aged man and asked, "Uncle, may I ask where Old Master Zhao's home is?" Chapter 572. I don't know. The middle-aged man's face was filled with nervousness, and his forehead was covered in sweat. It was as if the words Zhao Patriarch were a taboo name that could not be mentioned. "That's right. I remember that Zhao Patriarch lives in this village, right?" Although Mu had no sense of direction, Xiao Fei had described the village's appearance and location clearly, so he felt that he would not find the wrong place. "I really don't know. I don't want to die." The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something terrifying. He shivered and ran away, even throwing away the hoe in his hand. "Hey, you didn't even take the hoe. Why are you running? It's not like I'm going to eat you." Mu curiously shouted from behind. But the middle-aged man ran very quickly, and disappeared into a small courtyard. Mu continued to walk into the village, and after asking a few more villagers, he found that their reactions were the same as the middle-aged man's. They were scared to death, and did not dare to say a word. "Aren't these villagers too cowardly?" "Mu, it's definitely because you're not handsome enough that they were scared away by you. Let me ask them." Xiao Shui jumped onto Mu's shoulder. "Don't mess around. If you open your mouth, they might look at you in surprise for a long time. It's better if you don't speak. They're different from us. It's normal for them to be a little scared when encountering such strange things." Mu glanced at the villagers passing by, hesitating whether he should take out some money to exchange for information. However, he suspected that these villagers did not understand the meaning of spirit stones, and he did not have any silver on him, so this was difficult. He walked around the village and walked to the edge of a paddy field. A short-bearded old man was sitting on the ridge of the field, sighing. "Old man, why are you sighing? Is the harvest not good?" Mu sat down beside the old man. He planned to get close to him and get familiar with him. Otherwise, he would be scared away when he asked Zhao Patriarch. The short-bearded old man was known as Old Man Shu. He had a worried frown on his face. He raised his head to look at Mu and said, "Young man, you look unfamiliar. Where did you come from?" "I'm just passing by. I saw you sighing just now." "Why?" Mu smiled innocently. Old Shu sighed again and said, "This year's crop growth is not optimistic. I don't know where a new type of pests came from, but they can't be killed. We can only watch them destroy the crops." Mu glanced at the rice. He found some insects that were smaller than mosquitoes lying on the rice ears. Many of the rice ears had already been eaten. "It's the withered leaf demon mosquito. This thing is really annoying. It eats everything." Little Shui recognized the pest on the rice at a glance. "Eating everything? Isn't that you?" Long Tongue laughed. "But I'm handsome." The withered leaf demon mosquito was a rank 1 demonic beast. It was very small in size and liked to live in groups. The best way to deal with them was to use the scent of the worm heartgrass to expel them. Mu was very good at doing this kind of thing. "Uncle, I have a way to expel these pests," Mu said confidently. "Young man, don't make fun of this old man. We've tried everything. You're so young and don't look like a farmer. How would you know these things?" Old Shu shook his head. Mu didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, A stalk of worm heartgrass appeared in his hand. He smiled and planted the worm heartgrass in the field. Then, with a slight flick of his hand, the fragrance of the worm heartgrass immediately spread out. Buzz! All the withered leaf demon mosquitoes suddenly flew up from the rice field in a panic. They fled in all directions to avoid the scent of the worm heartgrass. In just a short moment, all the withered leaf demon mosquitoes had run away. Moo waved his hand, and all the rice that had been gnawed on regained vitality. He clapped his hands up and down, thinking that he was really a good friend of this farmer uncle. Not only could he get rid of the pests, but he could also help the crops. Where could he find such an all-around good youth? This. Old Shoe's mouth was wide open in shock. Uncle, this plant is called worm heartgrass. If you plant it here, there won't be any withered leaf demon mosquitoes within a radius of 1 mile. So, please don't pull it out. Moo kindly reminded him. Young man, how did you know? Thank you, young man. Old Shoe was pleasantly surprised. He quickly ran down to check on the condition of his rice field. The rice field that had been gnawed on had already healed. It even grew more plump. Even the rice field that was eaten grew back. How could this be? Old Shoe touched the rice field in his hand in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he saw. Oh right, I forgot to say. The worm heartgrass is the natural enemy of these pests. It can restore the plants that were eaten by these pests. Moo realized that he seemed to have overdone it. He quickly made up some nonsense. Oh my God. This old man doesn't know how to thank you. The worry on Old Shoe's face disappeared. His frowning eyebrows also relaxed. His whole person seemed to have become younger. Uncle, I have a question to ask. You tell me the details. Just treat it as a reward. Moo smiled. Don't worry, young man, if you have any questions, just ask. I will not hide it. Old Shoe quickly promised. I heard that your village's old master Zhao came back from the dead. What happened? Moo asked. Old Shoe sucked in a breath of cold air. His face immediately turned pale. Like everyone else, he ran away. But after running 2 steps, he stopped. He hesitated for a long time. He looked around and whispered, Young man, why are you asking this? This matter can't be said carelessly. Why can't I say carelessly? Moo asked puzzledly. Even if a person came back from the dead and scared the mortals, it shouldn't be to the point that they can't even say it, right? In short, this matter can't be said. If I say it out loud, I will die suddenly. Old Shoe said with a pale face. The village's big mouth Wang Ernyang is a good example. A few days ago, a group of immortal masters heard about this matter and came to ask about it. Wang Ernyang was quick to speak, but who knew that she would die before she could say a few words. We were all cursed by old Master Zhao. If we say what happened that day, we will be taken away by him. Cursed. Moo was getting more and more curious. Telling a ghost story could kill oneself? Then it goes without saying. Can you write it out? Moo said helplessly. Old Shoe shook his head. This old man is illiterate. How can I write? Moo carefully looked at Old Shoe. He found that Old Shoe's body seemed to be surrounded by a strange aura. His heart suddenly trembled. He suddenly grabbed Old Shoe's hand. Young man, what are you doing? Old Shoe was frightened by Moo's action. He was just a mortal. How could he resist Moo? He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't break free. Moo's brows furrowed slightly. Someone has placed a vicious array on your body. Strange. Who could be so vicious? Moo didn't look carefully at the beginning. It was only now that he realized something was wrong. Old Shoe's eyes flickered with a trace of imperceptible grey aura. This grey aura was very hidden. It was similar to the aura of the people from the Gate of Hell, but it wasn't the aura of the people from the Gate of Hell. It existed in the form of array patterns. Under certain conditions, this grey aura was enough to take Old Shoe's life. What array? This old man doesn't understand. I know that we have been cursed. Only by keeping this matter a secret can we survive. Old Shoe said in a panic. Uncle, have you been feeling stuffy in your chest recently? It's like a stone is pressing down on your chest. Sometimes, Your breathing will become very rapid. Sometimes, your eyes will ache. When you look at things, you will find that you can't see other colors, only gray. Muyu asked seriously. Old Shu was completely stunned. How did you know? I won't hide it from you. I can only see black and white when I look at you. Muyu rubbed his chin. Old Shu's body had been planted with an extremely sinister array. The gray aura on his body was an array pattern. This array was called the heart-losing array. It was specially used on people. At a certain time, the array could be activated to kill people. The heart-losing array was recorded in the array pavilion of the array sect. This array was listed as a forbidden technique. Because it was too vicious, generally, disciples of the sect wouldn't be casually allowed to cultivate this array. Muyu had learned many forbidden techniques. Although he hadn't actually used many of them, his judgment would definitely not be wrong. There is indeed a so-called curse on your body. Once you say something that you shouldn't say, something bad will immediately happen. Muyu released Old Shu's hand. Old Shu was so scared that his face turned pale. I already said that I can't say it. Young man, it's better if you don't ask about this matter. You helped me get rid of the rice pests. This old man is very grateful to you. However, this old man really can't help you with anything. Uncle, don't worry. I have a way to get rid of this curse. Muyu said solemnly. You have a way to get rid of the curse. You are an immortal master. Old Shu asked in surprise. Muyu nodded. In an instant, the primal yin and yang qi swept out from his body and covered Old Shu's body. Old Shu cried out in alarm because the primal yin and yang qi brought him into the air. After that, black and white array runes fused into Old Man Shu's body. With a slight tremor, Old Man Shu felt as though some shackles on his body had been removed. The stone that was pressing down on his heart had also disappeared. This is it. Old Shu slowly landed on the ground. He touched his chest and rubbed his eyes. When he found that the soreness in his eyes had disappeared, he was immediately overjoyed. He bent his body and kowtowed to express his gratitude. Muyu quickly helped him up. You can tell me the situation now. Don't worry, this time, nothing will happen. I promise. Muyu said. Old Shu hesitated for a long time. Although the strange feeling that troubled him in the past few days had disappeared, he was still skeptical. After all, this kind of thing was hard to say. But when he looked at the rice he planted and touched his chest, he remembered that he was taken into the air just now. He didn't need to think to know that Muyu was a powerful immortal master. So, he nodded immediately. Forget it, this old man is going to throw caution to the wind. I might as well tell you. Old Zhao was a very old man in our village. After he died, according to the tradition, everyone in the village had to attend his funeral. Everyone in the village brought Old Zhao's coffin to the disorderly burial valley and pushed it down. Originally, we were all planning to return. Who would have thought that Old Zhao's coffin would suddenly rise from the bottom of the valley? Then, the coffin opened by itself. He actually stood up from the coffin, and we were all frightened. Everyone thought that he died with grievances because he had a group of unfilial descendants. But Old Zhao's body surged with a terrifying black qi and directly killed his 3 sons and all the descendants of the Zhao family. It was too frightening. They were all gone in an instant. Muyu frowned. According to Old Shu's description, the way these people died was very similar to the way the people from the Gate of Hell did. However, there was no aura left by the people from the Gate of Hell in the disorderly burial valley. It seemed that it had nothing to do with the people from the Gate of Hell. Did Old Zhao say anything else? Muyu continued to ask. Old Shu paused and continued. After Old Zhao killed his descendants, he laughed loudly. His laughter was very terrifying, like grinding teeth. Then, he said to us that he was now sealed. Old Shu suddenly covered his mouth. At the same time, his eyes were wide open. He seemed to be very frightened. The veins on his face were bulging, and his whole body was straight. Chapter 573. Old Man Shu's eyes were wide open as he spun around in fear. Old man, are you all right? Muyu asked nervously. He was sure that he had already broken the formation on Old Shu's body. How could something still happen to him? Old Shu suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. The nervousness on his face gradually faded away. At the same time, he touched his forehead and pulled his mouth. When he felt pain, he patted his chest and said with lingering fear, Fortunately, Wang Enyang was taken away by old Zhao when she came here a few days ago. Fortunately, I am fine. Mu Yu rolled his eyes. How could he have expected that Old Shu would do such a thing? He thought that he had missed something and harmed Old Shu. He was ready to feel guilty, but it turned out to be a false alarm. You are fine, but you gave me a fright. Mu Yu smiled helplessly. Immortal Master, you are really amazing. You actually lifted my curse. Old Man Shu said gratefully. What did old Zhao say after that? Mu Yu asked. Old Shu said carefully, now that the seal has been lifted, you humans. Old Shu paused for a moment. He touched his forehead and pulled his face. When he found that he was still fine, he let go of his courage and said, all of you humans will be our prey. I have already planted a curse on your body. I will wait for the day when you die and then I will come back to welcome each of you and your descendants. Remember, if any of you dares to speak of today's matter, I will immediately take you away. Then you will die without knowing why. Old Man Shu repeated the words he heard that day without missing a single word. That's all. What else did he do? Mu Yu felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Oh, right, he first laughed for a while. Then he did this action. Let me show you. I almost forgot, old Zhao only has 4 fingers on his right hand. His index finger was accidentally broken by a stone when he was young. Old Man Shu puffed out his chest and cleared his throat. He coughed twice and bent his index finger down. Then, he spread out his remaining 4 fingers with his palms facing the sky. He laughed first. That's how he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Originally, he was telling a ghost story about a dead person coming back to life. It was such a serious matter, but Old Man Shu suddenly burst out laughing, which amused Mu Yu. Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was really defeated by Old Shu. Who would have thought that Old Shu would be able to do such a thing? He even learned the way others laughed. He thought that Old Shu wasn't a storyteller but a farmer here. Old Shu's talent was truly buried. Mu Yu didn't want to be a storyteller. Old Man Shu laughed for a while. Then, he ground his teeth and pretended to be vicious as he said, We have finally arrived at the 3rd heaven. This place will eventually belong to us. Mu Yu's laughter stopped abruptly. What did you just say? Didn't you hear me clearly? Then I'll say it again. Ha 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 ha. Old Man Shu was about to laugh again. No, it's the sentence after laughing. Mu Yu quickly waved his hand. He tried to tell himself that this was an investigation of a dead person. He had to be serious and couldn't laugh along with Old Man Shu. We have finally arrived at the 3rd heaven. This place will eventually belong to us. Old Man Shu said. We have finally arrived at the 3rd heaven. This place will eventually belong to us. Mu Yu was slightly startled. What the hell was going on? He was sure that Old Man Zhao was being controlled by someone, but why would the person controlling Old Man Zhao say such strange words like we have finally arrived at the 3rd heaven? Could it be that this person wasn't a person from the 3rd heaven? Mu Yu's heart was in turmoil. He knew that this world was definitely not that simple. The place they were at was called the 3rd heaven. When he was at the Danding school, he went to the 2nd heaven. This meant that there should be other worlds like the 1st heaven and the 4th heaven. However, other than the 2nd heaven, he didn't know anything about the existence of other worlds. Could it be that the person controlling Old Man Zhao came from another world? The 2nd heaven was a demonic beast. It was definitely impossible. Then, could it be a person from the 1st heaven or the 4th heaven? So, the disappearance of the dead people in the chaotic burial valley was related to this mysterious person? But why didn't he directly kill everyone? Instead, he waited for everyone to die before coming to greet them. What was his purpose in killing the descendants of Old Man Zhao? Things became complicated and confusing again. Mu Yu originally thought that it was the people from the Gate of Hell who were causing trouble. He didn't expect that it was actually an even more mysterious existence. However, Mu Yu searched the entire chaotic burial valley and didn't find the so-called seal. He also didn't see where this guy was. How was he going to greet the dead villagers? Old man, help me gather all the villagers. I will first remove the curse in everyone's body. Mu Yu said. Lord Immortal Master, just call me Old Man Shu. Old Man Shu quickly said. Then, he quickly ran to call the villagers to remove the curse. Mu Yu pondered in his heart. He felt that he had to think of a way to lure that guy out. The situation in the third heaven was already chaotic enough. If a mysterious outsider were to intervene, it would be hard to imagine how the situation would end. Very quickly, Old Man Shu called all the villagers over. However, although the majority of the villagers respected Mu Yu, they still didn't believe Old Man Shu's words. He's so young. How could he have the ability to remove the curse? Old Man Shu, are you lying? Widow Zhong at the head of the village said with a face full of doubt. That's right. We don't want to be the second Wang Ernyang. Mazi said the thoughts of all the villagers. Old Man Shu patted his chest to assure them. At the same time, he also told them about the warning that Old Man Zhao had given them, including the ha-ha-ha-ha demonstration. In the end, when everyone saw that Old Man Shu was actually safe and sound, they all believed Old Man Shu's words. Removing the heart-losing array was not difficult for Mu Yu. The person who had placed the array on the villagers was not very skilled. At least, compared to Mu Yu, it was like a small child in front of a great magician. Mu Yu easily dispelled the array formation in everyone's body. The villagers thanked Mu Yu profusely, but Mu Yu was thinking about something else. Lord Immortal Master, if you have any other orders, just say it. Old Man Shu's face was full of respect. Mu Yu glanced at the villagers who were in awe of him. After pondering for a moment, he asked, what did you do with the dead Wang Ernyang? Did you send her to the disorderly burial valley? Old Man Shu quickly waved his hand and said, you mean the Sky Burial Valley? How would we dare to go there? Ever since that incident, the Sky Burial Valley has become a place of trouble. We didn't want Wang Ernyang to come back to life and take away her descendants. That's why we buried her. The disorderly burial valley was called the Sky Burial Valley by self-cultivators. After all, it was thrown down from the sky. The villagers nearby all believed that it was the path to the afterlife. Since she had been buried, Mu Yu did not want to disturb the innocent dead. He needed to think of another way. Lord Immortal Master, I see that it's getting late. Why don't you stay at my house for the night? Old Man Shu asked tentatively. Then I'll have to trouble you. Also, my name is Mu Yu. Mu Yu really needed to think about this matter. The most important thing was that he had removed the array in the villagers. If the mysterious person found out, he did not know if he would kill them. Mu Yu needed to ensure the safety of all the villagers. No trouble, no trouble. Lord Mu Yu, you can stay at my house. It's my honor. Old Man Shu said excitedly. Old Man Shu received Mu Yu very warmly. From Old Man Shu, Mu Yu also learned about Old Man Zhao's life. Although in a sense, Old Man Zhao taking away his 3 sons was a way to vent his anger, Mu Yu didn't think that the mysterious guy was here to help Old Man Zhao uphold justice. If you ask me, Lord Mu Yu, you can go to Chen Erzuang's shop in the village and ask about the situation. He might know something. Old Man Shu poured a cup of homemade rice wine for Mu Yu. Then he ran to the kitchen and brought out the freshly made roast goose. The homemade roast goose had a special flavor. Little Handsome ate happily. Who is Chen Erzuang? Mu Yu tasted the rice wine. It was spicy with a hint of sweetness. It was really not bad. Old Man Shu answered Mu Yu and sat opposite of Mu Yu. He seemed to be ill at ease. It was obvious that eating with Mu Yu made him feel very uncomfortable. However, looking at Mu Yu's amiable appearance, he was no longer afraid. Old Man Shu drank a mouthful of rice wine and said, Chen Erzuang is a business that specializes in dealing with the dead. When someone dies in the nearby villages, they would ask him to customize a coffin to host the funeral. He was also present that day. I heard that Chen Erzhuang has a pair of yin-yang eyes that can communicate with souls. That day, he was caught in the air by Old Man Zhao. However, for some reason, Old Man Zhao released him. Oh right, when you removed the curse for us today, I didn't see him. Yin-yang eyes. Don't tell me he's a fraud. Little Handsome said incoherently. Ayo, little mouse, how can you speak? Old Man Shu was so scared that he almost fell off his chair. Little Handsome had been busy eating since the beginning. Old Man Shu only thought that it was an immortal bird, so he didn't pay much attention. However, Little Handsome suddenly opened his mouth and spoke, giving Old Man Shu a fright. Bah, you're the little mouse. My name is Little Handsome. Little is little as in Little Handsome, and handsome as in Little Handsome. If it wasn't for the fact that you gave me food, I would beat you up. Little Handsome waved the half-eaten goose leg and shouted in dissatisfaction. Uncle, don't mind it. It's a bit naughty. Yu grabbed Little Handsome's tail and stopped it from causing trouble. Old Man Shu looked at Little Handsome. Seeing that Little Handsome was very cute and didn't have any aggressive nature, he couldn't help but say, an immortal's pet is really different. It can even speak, unlike my big yellow dog that only knows how to bark. Last time, it even peeped on Widow Zhong bathing and was almost chopped up by her. Of course, I'm much smarter than your big yellow dog. Bah, you're the pet, your whole family are pets. Don't compare me to a dog. Little Handsome showed his sharp little teeth and said angrily. Long Ting was already laughing her head off. Yu quickly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into Little Handsome's mouth to divert its attention. You're saying that Chen Erzhuang was caught in the air by Old Man Zhao and was put down safely? Yu felt that something was wrong. Yes, that's right. Just like that. Old Man Shu reached out his hand and bent his fingers into a claw. He pointed it at Little Handsome, as if he wanted to catch Little Handsome in the air. Little Handsome was too lazy to move. With a plop sound, it spat the bone into Old Man Shu's hand. Chapter 574. Chen Erzhuang's shop was located in the most remote alley in the village. The alley was deserted, and no one had walked past it for a long time. Only a few withered yellow leaves floated on the ground and bounced on the ground. The cobblestone road on the ground was very smooth, and it looked like it had been there for a long time. Grass grew in the cracks of the stones, indicating that very few people had set foot in this place. The entire alley was filled with silence. People who often dealt with the dead would usually stay away from them. After all, the villagers felt that the dead had bad luck and didn't want to be contaminated. No one would go to other people's coffin shops for no reason. However, Chen Erzhuang was the only shop in the nearby villages that did funeral business. Whenever an elderly person passed away or a family member passed away, they would go to Chen Erzhuang. When he found Old Shu, Chen Erzhuang rarely talked to others. He stayed in his shop all day long. Sometimes, he would not see him for a few days. Yu stood in front of Chen Erzhuang's shop. His shop did not even have a signboard. Thinking about it, there was no need for a signboard. Everyone knew what kind of business he did. Besides, he was the only shop in this alley, so it was not difficult to find. There was a mighty statue of Zhong Kuei in front of Chen Erzhuang's shop. It was made of paper. Old Shu even praised his paper figurine skills. The paper figurines he made were very lifelike and lifelike. This Zhong Kuei was very tall, about 5 meters tall. He glared at outsiders with his fierce tiger eyes, as if he could make all evil creatures avoid him. The peachwood sword in his hand was incomparably sharp. He killed all the villains in the world without mercy. The paint on the wooden door had already peeled off. It looked like it had been there for a long time and was severely worn. Yu walked in. The shop was very dark. It was broad daylight, but it felt like the sun could not shine in. There was a faint moldy smell in the shop, mixed with the smell of incense and offerings. No one would like this place. Next to it was a wooden shelf. On it were bundles of paper money. At the top of the shelf were various kinds of incense. Some of them were even thicker than a thumb. On another shelf were white candles and stacks of yellow talisman paper. It was unknown what they were used for. Behind the shelf were 4 to 5 coffins. The lids of the coffins were half open, and the smell of wood was very strong, as if they had just been cut down. Many people might not like the smell of wood, but Muyu liked it very much. Some of these coffins were made of fir wood, while others were made of nanmu. There were a few beds beside the coffin, and a few people were lying on them. Could it be a dead person? For some reason, Muyu was a spirit-severing stage cultivator, and no one could hurt him with his spiritual energy. But when he saw this situation, he still felt a little creeped out. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid if he saw a dead person, but seeing a dead person in such a strange place, he always felt a knot in his heart. He thought that if he walked over and the dead person suddenly sat up, that feeling would definitely be unforgettable. However, Muyu soon discovered that it was not a dead person, but a person made of wood, because he felt the aura of camphor wood. These wooden men were wearing very new and gorgeous blue clothes. He suddenly understood what kind of clothes they were. Shroud. He had to say that these wooden men were quite lifelike. There were tall, fat, short, and thin ones. Their figures were similar to humans. They even had eyes, eyebrows, and hair. They were even colored and lifelike. If it weren't for the eyes that were not colored, Muyu could even treat them as real people. The wooden men were wearing shroud, probably for show. It was just that this scene was too strange. Muyu was sure that he didn't like it here. Tell me the details of the dead person. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice suddenly appeared behind Muyu. Muyu was shocked. He was a spirit-severing stage cultivator, but he didn't notice that someone was behind him. Muyu turned around and frowned at the person in front of him. When he entered the shop just now, he didn't feel that there was a living person in the shop. This guy seemed to appear out of thin air, which surprised him. Your name is Chen Erzhuang, right? Sorry to disturb you. Muyu looked at Chen Erzhuang. There was vitality flowing in his body. He didn't know if it was because he had been dealing with the dead for a long time, but his vitality didn't seem to be very strong. However, he was sure that he was a living person. Moreover, Muyu didn't feel any spiritual energy fluctuations from him. Tell me the details of the dead person. Do you want to bury him or do you want to bury him? Chen Erzhuang's face was blocked by the shadow. Sky Burial was buried in the chaotic burial valley. This was the name of the nearby villages. After that incident, do you still dare to do a sky burial? Muyu curiously asked. The matter of Old Man Zhao's moving corpse scared the simple villagers. According to Old Man Shu, the nearby villages no longer dared to carry their deceased relatives to the chaotic burial valley. Although in their view, the chaotic burial valley was a crack leading to the next life, but since the moving corpse incident, everyone was worried that they would be brought in. So, they would rather bury their relatives and let them find their way to the underworld. Only you can choose whether to do it or not. It's not up to me to do it or not. Chen Erzhuang's voice was very calm. It was so calm that it made people feel that it was unimaginable. It was as if Old Man Zhao's moving corpse incident didn't leave a shadow in his heart. Muyu raised his head and glanced around. Suddenly, he was startled. He actually saw under the dark beam of the shop, there was a coffin hanging in the air. Although this coffin was made of wood, Muyu didn't feel any wood aura from it. He could already control anything made of wood. He could make them take root and sprout or forcibly change their shape. But he couldn't control the coffin hanging from the beam. This made him feel very strange. The strangest thing was, why would the coffin be hung from the beam of the shop? That coffin is a bit interesting. Muyu pointed at the coffin under the beam. His divine sense spread out. It disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. There were no signs of life. There was also no special aura. It was as if it was an empty coffin. You're not here to do business. You don't have the smell of a dead person. But there is the smell of death. After Chen Erzhuang finished speaking, he slowly turned around and walked towards the back of the shop. The smell of a dead person? The smell of death. Muyu was slightly stunned. He had the aura of death from the underworld grass on him. It was the purest aura of death in the world. How could Chen Erzhuang detect it? This Chen Erzhuang was probably not a mortal. Wait, I have something to ask you. Mu Yu flashed and blocked in front of Chen Erzuang. Chen Erzuang saw Mu Yu suddenly appear in front of him, but he wasn't surprised. He didn't even move. You're a cultivator. Chen Erzuang said. Yes, I came to find you to investigate the matter of old Master Zhao coming back from the dead. Mu Yu found that he couldn't see through Chen Erzuang. He didn't have any spirit energy fluctuations on him. He was undoubtedly immortal. But mortals would normally respectfully call cultivators immortal masters. They would also act in fear and trepidation. But Chen Erzuang didn't do that. Old Master Zhao's descendants were unfilial, so he took them all away. That's it. Chen Erzuang said simply. Mu Yu suddenly reached out and placed his hand on Chen Erzuang. His spirit energy instantly surged in. He frowned. Why aren't you cursed? Chen Erzuang didn't move when Mu Yu reached out his hand. He wasn't worried at all that Mu Yu would do to him. I've been in contact with the dead for a long time. Naturally, I won't be cursed by the dead. Mu Yu withdrew his hand. Chen Erzuang was undoubtedly a living person. Mu Yu's spirit energy couldn't enter his body. This meant that he wasn't a cultivator. This was very strange. Chen Erzuang's calm performance was very abnormal. It was impossible for mortals to be so calm in front of cultivators. But Chen Erzuang didn't even pant. You're not here to do business. Then please go back. I only do business with the dead. Chen Erzuang didn't even look at Mu Yu. Instead, he walked around Mu Yu and continued to walk towards the back of the shop. Mu Yu looked at Chen Erzuang's back and then at the coffin hanging from the beam. This time, he didn't say anything. Instead, he directly chose to leave this gloomy place. Little Shuai, did you notice anything wrong just now? Mu Yu didn't go too far. Instead, he stopped under a tree outside the village. Little Shuai wagged his tail and said, There's something strange everywhere. How can a living person live in such a gloomy place? Mu Yu didn't notice anything strange about Chen Erzuang. If he had to say something, it would be that Chen Erzuang didn't have any sinister formations cast on him like the other villagers. When facing him, Chen Erzuang still acted as if nothing had happened. This clearly didn't make sense. Why didn't you just use the soul wood to control him? Why didn't you just ask him what secrets he was hiding? Dragon Vine's suggestion was very simple and crude. The soul wood is very harmful to people. Big Earthworm, do you have any common sense? Little Shuai said. The soul wood was originally used to invade the nerves of the prey to control them. If it was used on people casually, it would naturally be harmful. Especially for mortals who didn't have any cultivation, the harm would be even greater. Mu Yu hadn't figured out Chen Erzuang's situation yet, so he didn't want to do anything to him. Mu Yu shook his head. I don't think it's that simple. Although the hanging coffin doesn't look like anything, it's really strange. Who would hang a coffin on the roof beam? And ever since I walked into Chen Erzuang's shop, I felt as if there was a pair of eyes watching me in the dark. This feeling didn't come from Chen Erzuang, but from a dark corner. If there is someone behind Chen Erzuang, I can't alert them just in case. The feeling of being watched was faint. Mu Yu couldn't find the source of that feeling with his spirit-severing stage cultivation. It was very likely that the mysterious person behind it was no weaker than Mu Yu. Do you think there might be a dead person lying in that coffin? Little Shuai asked curiously. Why don't you go and take a look alone tonight? Dragon Vine said. Little Shuai waved his hand. No, I don't like gloomy places. Why can't we just bask in the sun and eat barbecue? Why do we have to deal with the dead? Mu Yu didn't like Chen Erzuang's shop either. However, what he cared about more was that he felt that there were a lot of wood in Chen Erzuang's backyard. These wood were all newly cut, but they weren't used to make coffins. Instead, they were the same as the wooden people wearing shrouds in the shop. They were all camphor wood. He had never heard of camphor wood being used to make coffins, but there were wooden people in Chen Erzuang's shop. If these camphor wood were all used to make wooden people, then why did Chen Erzuang make so many wooden people? There were paper figurines used as servants in the underworld to be buried with them, but he had never heard of carving wooden people to be buried with them. Chapter 575. There were 4 workers in Chen Erzuang's backyard. They usually helped other people carry coffins. Naturally, this kind of work could only be done by uncouth people. These 4 workers were born with strong backs and waists of bears. Their muscles were dark and they looked ordinary. If there was something wrong, it would be that at this moment, the 4 workers were doing fine work. Each worker was holding a carving knife and carving camphor wood into wooden figures. Their techniques were quite skilled. The yard was filled with wood shavings, rolling up and down, gently floating in the air. The strange thing was that the camphor wood was clearly just cut down, but when it was in their hands, the wood looked like it had been dried for a long time. The bark was peeled off very easily with no sense of jerkiness. Chen Erzuang, on the other hand, walked straight through the small courtyard and locked himself in his room. No one knew what he was doing. The other workers didn't ask about it either. They didn't even raise their heads when Chen Erzuang walked past them. They only focused on their own tasks. One of the workers had almost finished carving a wooden figure. This wooden figure was in the shape of an old woman. It was very old, with wrinkles piled up on her face and age spots. The vicissitudes of life at the corner of her eyes were also perfectly outlined. It was hard to imagine that a rough man could carve to this extent. His carving speed was not slow or fast, just like a girl embroidering. The carving knife in his hand was very dexterous. The wood shavings fell down, perfectly showing the other parts of the old woman's body. After spending about 2 hours, the old woman had taken shape. The shop assistant picked up the paintbrush next to him. What was shocking was that the paint on his paintbrush was red. And when the red paintbrush landed on the wood golem's body, it actually changed into other colors. It changed into the color of the wood golem's skin, age spots, eyebrows, lips, and even the color of its scars. One color changed into the various colors of a person, vividly showing the image of the old woman. The only thing that was puzzling was that the old woman's eyes were still the color of wood. There was no color, just like the wooden figures lying next to the coffins in the shop. Then the worker walked to the front of the shop and took out a shroud for the old woman to wear. Then, he moved the old woman into the room that Chen Erzuang had just entered. Then, he continued to move a camphor wood, peel it, and carve it. Mu Yu had cast an invisibility formation on himself, and had been watching the 4 workers work from far above Chen Erzuang's backyard. The doubts in his heart grew deeper and deeper. Mu Yu had a feeling that there was a very powerful person guarding against him in Chen Erzuang's courtyard. That feeling was very strong just now, so Mu Yu did not rashly approach directly. He had been waiting for an opportunity to make his move. However, for the entire morning, the 4 workers were only there to carve. There was not even an extra expression on their faces. In the afternoon, a woman came to look for Chen Erzuang with a long face. She was a villager from the neighboring village, and her name was Xinghua. Her mother had passed away last night, and she came to look for Chen Erzuang to arrange her mother's funeral. There were more than a dozen small villages and 7 or 8 large villages nearby. The total population was more than 10,000 people. Chen Erzuang's family was the only one that dealt with dead people. Sometimes, Chen Erzuang wouldn't have a single customer in a month. Sometimes, he would have to make several trips a day. Life was unpredictable, and Chen Erzuang knew this better than anyone else. Chen Erzuang expressionlessly helped Xinghua choose the utensils for the funeral. From incense sticks to coffins, to shrouds, paper money, and even the dead to be buried with, everything was available. There were many funeral customs in rural areas, including what time to light the candles, how many incense sticks to light, when to call for the soul, and when to chase after the soul. Chen Erzuang knew all of these like the back of his hand. One of the advantages of doing funeral business was that the family of the deceased would not haggle with you over the price of the coffin and shrouds. The price would be as much as it should be. According to the birth characters, the funeral was set for the next day. Mu Yu had been paying attention to Chen Erzuang's movements, and he also saw those strange and lifelike wooden figures. These wooden figures carved from camphor wood were plants in the end, and could be controlled by Mu Yu. As long as Mu Yu was willing, he could even let these wooden figures move their muscles and bones, standing up and walking around a bit. Xiao Shuai was more playful. and it had been encouraging Mu Yu to let the wooden figures dance or something. But considering the person in the dark, Mu Yu naturally refused. The red paint used to color the wooden figures exuded a rotten and moldy smell. It was unknown what it was made of, but the smell was very strong. This kind of paint could automatically change into the color of the human body when it came into contact with the wooden figures. Such a strange scene was definitely not something that mortals could do. Mu Yu had just gone back and asked Old Shu. In the past, the villagers only knew that Chen Erzuang was good at making paper figurines. They didn't know that he could also carve wooden figures, let alone his 4 rough men. His 4 men were from the nearby villages, and they were all men who did rough work. He had never heard of them being able to carve such fine work. It seemed as if Chen Erzuang and his 4 men had suddenly become master carvers in a short period of time. Old Shu also told Mu Yu with certainty that he had never heard of anyone using wooden figures during a funeral. Mu Yu became more and more curious about Chen Erzuang's strange behavior, but Chen Erzuang stayed in his room and didn't come out. Only when the men finished carving a wooden figure and sent it to Chen Erzuang's room, the door of Chen Erzuang's room was closed for the rest of the time. After monitoring for an entire day, Mu Yu still didn't find anything. Early the next morning, Chen Erzuang and his 4 men had already carried an empty coffin to Xinghua's house. The sacrificial candles and other offerings were placed in the empty coffin. After they left, the dangerous aura in Chen Erzuang's courtyard gradually disappeared, which made Mu Yu feel very strange. It was as if this strange aura had followed Chen Erzuang and left. But Mu Yu had interacted with Chen Erzuang that day, and didn't find anything strange about him. Mu Yu sneaked into the backyard, and the unfinished wooden figures were still placed in the backyard. In the corner of the courtyard, the trunks of the camphor trees were piled up, and next to it, there was a large dye vat filled with red pigment. A pungent rotten smell assailed his nostrils. What the hell are these things made of? Did someone vomit last night's meal? Little Shuai pinched his nose and asked in disgust. Mu Yu also couldn't stand this strange smell, so he took a long spoon, scooped up a spoonful, and held it in front of his eyes to examine. This was very strange, and if there was an outsider, they would feel that Mu Yu's actions were as if he wanted to taste this disgusting thing. Little mouse, why don't you try it? You eat everything anyway. Long Ting suggested. Big earthworm, your taste is heavy, you should try it. When Little Shuai said this, he didn't open his mouth, but gathered his voice in everyone's mind. Mu Yu shook it a bit, and wrapped the red pigment with his spiritual power. In the past, when he followed Dead Tree to learn the poison scripture, his ability to smell pills and recognize prescriptions was very strong, and it also allowed him to defeat many young alchemists of the Danding sect. Every substance produced a different fluctuation of spiritual power, and according to this difference, he could distinguish the type and dosage of each herb. But when Mu Yu wrapped the red pigment with his spiritual power, he was surprised to find that this red pigment wasn't made of anything complicated at all, only an unknown substance. Mu Yu had never encountered this kind of thing before, and the fluctuation of spiritual power it produced was very strange to Mu Yu. Strange, what the hell is this thing? Mu Yu was familiar with the fluctuation of spiritual power produced by all kinds of monster blood, heart powder, plant roots, pollen, and so on, but he couldn't determine what this disgusting thing was made of. No matter what it is, can we not hold the spoon so close? Little Shuai kept drilling into Mu Yu's clothes, wanting to get away from this disgusting thing. This smell filled the whole yard, but the 4 workers didn't even frown when they were carving. Their concentration was also very strong. Mu Yu put the spoon back, walked through the yard full of wood shavings, and walked towards Chen Erzuang's room. Chen Erzuang stayed here during the day, and after the workers finished carving the statues, they also moved them to this room. Mu Yu looked at the wood shavings and camphor trees in the yard, and saw that they had carved at least a dozen wooden figures. A dozen wooden figures in this room, and it's not crowded. Mu Yu pushed open the door and walked into the room. When he saw the scene in the room, he was slightly startled. There was only a bed in the room, and nothing else. Huh! Little Shuai also poked his head out and sniffed. He wagged his tail and said, Mu Yu, I seem to smell something similar to the smell of chaotic Burial Valley. Yu also noticed something strange. This room seemed to be filled with the special yin-chi of chaotic Burial Valley, but this yin-chi was vague and he couldn't tell where it came from. The strangest thing was that this yin-chi seemed to be able to disturb his perception. He couldn't use his ability to control wood to sense the whereabouts of the wooden figures. Where did those wooden figures go? He remembered that the 4 workers had clearly finished carving the wooden figures, painted them, and then moved them into this room. However, the whole room was empty. There were no wooden figures, and other than a bed and a blanket, there wasn't even any basic furniture. Yu looked around, but still couldn't find any trace of the wooden figures. He looked at the bed that could fit 2 people. The bed was also made of camphor wood, and the edge of the bed was very low. The bedsheet hung down to the ground, covering the situation under the bed. Perhaps it was because the door was opened, but a cold wind blew at the bedsheet. It looked like someone was teasing the bedsheet under the bed. "Don't tell me those wooden figures are hiding under the bed," Little Shuai muttered. Yu couldn't be sure, but it didn't make sense to hide more than 10 wooden figures under the bed. At most, 2 or 3 would be enough. After all, those wooden figures were about the same size as a real person. He slowly walked to the side of the bed and squatted down. He slowly lifted the bedsheet and looked under the bed. There was only a toolbox without a lid under the bed, and 2 pairs of cloth shoes. Other than that, there was nothing else. The wooden figures weren't under the bed either. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Yu pulled out the toolbox. There were only ordinary planing knives and carving knives in the toolbox. They looked very new, as if they had just been bought. "You didn't feel the existence of the formation either?" Dragon Teng asked. Yu shook his head. If there really was a formation here, it wouldn't be able to hide it from him, the leader of the formation glyph sect. That mysterious guy had set up a mind-loss formation in all the villages. This mind-loss formation wasn't even worth mentioning in front of Yu. Yu could also confirm that the other party's formation skills weren't very high. They were only slightly better than the Zhongtian disciples of the formation faction. Chen Erzuang was a mortal, so where did he move those wooden figures to? Could there be some secret mechanism or something? Those wooden figures might have been hidden somewhere else. Little Shuai said. Yu looked around. This kind of house was independent, so there couldn't be any secret compartments. Even if there were, there couldn't be so many wooden figures underground. He spread his spirit energy underground and found that the ground was just hard ground. Creak creak, a gust of wind blew in from outside the house. Suddenly, there was a creepy creaking sound coming from inside the house. Chapter 576. Those missing wooden men were actually hanging from the beams. Oh my god. Little Shuai shrank back into Yu's clothes. These wooden men were carved too well, especially after they were painted. If one didn't look at the wooden eyes, they were no different from real people. Each wooden man had a hemp rope around their neck, hanging freely, 4 meters off the ground. The other end of the hemp rope was firmly tied to the beam. The creaking sound came from the friction between the hemp rope and the beam. At first glance, these wooden men really did look like they were hanging from the beam. Yu calmed himself down. He felt that he would rather fight a few hundred rounds with the Gate of Hell than see this strange scene. Even when he was in the Sand Eagle Demonic King's underground palace, he was not this nervous when facing so many yin corpses. This was because he knew where the yin corpses came from. According to Little Shuai's words, the yin corpses were a bit cute, but these wooden men did not play according to common sense. They were just hanging above his head, gently swinging back and forth, but Yu did not notice them when he came in. This house was built with old-style beams, the roof was very high, the wooden men were also very high, 4 meters off the ground. When Yu came in, he was only focused on looking around the room. He did not notice the strangeness on the beam. When he raised his head, he saw several people wearing shrouds swaying. This scene was truly shocking. Little mouse, you're too cowardly. A few wooden men can scare you like this. You're really useless. Dragon Vine mocked. There's nothing good to eat here, of course I'm cowardly. Little Shuai muttered. When Little Shuai met yin corpses and spirits before, he was very brave, that was because there were array bases and other delicious things that attracted him. The temptation of delicious food made little Shui fearless. But there was nothing to eat here, so little Shui could not muster up his courage. Mu Yu was also scared. He cursed out, "Fuck, is this a prank? Hanging the wooden men on the beam, he'll look at them when he sleeps at night, won't he have nightmares?" He thought that he was very brave and had seen many strange things. What dead people, yin corpses, and souls. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a strange situation where a wooden man was hung from a beam. Strange, these people don't have the aura of wood. Mu Yu, didn't you notice? Dragon Vine asked curiously. With Long Teng's reminder, Mu Yu immediately came to a realization. No wonder he didn't find the wooden man when he first came in. So this was the reason. The wooden figure no longer had the characteristics of a wooden figure. Mu Yu floated up in a flash and stopped beside the wooden men. All the wooden figures swayed slightly, but did not collide with each other. He touched the arm of a young woman with a pale face. The statue of the young woman looked sickly, but it was still made of wood. However, there was a strange life force in the wood, as if it was about to come alive. This strange life force covered up the aura of the wood, making them look less like wood. Mu Yu could clearly feel that this life force came from the hemp rope around their necks, but the other end of the hemp rope was not connected to anything strange. This meant that the hemp rope itself was strange. Mu Yu looked carefully and found that it was not a hemp rope, but a yellow material that he had never seen before. It was not a plant, but there was an unknown life force flowing through it. There is no ladder in this room. How did a mortal like Chen Erzhuang hang them up? Mu Yu curiously wandered around the wooden men, trying to find something unusual about them. Unfortunately, the wooden men didn't have anything special about them other than floating in the air. But at this time, Mu Yu actually saw a familiar wooden man. Old Shu. Why is the old man's statue here? Mu Yu was extremely shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that the wooden man's eyes were not colored, he would have thought that old Shu was hanging here. Mu Yu originally thought that these wooden men were randomly carved, but now it seemed that this was not the case. He looked at all the wooden men again and found that other than the pale-faced young woman that he had just touched, the rest of the wooden men were old men and old women. They looked like they already had one foot in the coffin. Most importantly, Mu Yu found that the old woman with age spots that one of the workers had carved in the afternoon was gone. Wait, these people can't be dying, right? Mu Yu guessed in his heart. He then shook the complaining coward in his arms. Little Handsome, how long do you think the old man who received us can live? Little Handsome was like the king of hell. If he said that someone would die, that person would not be able to live. However, Mu Yu had warned him before not to say that someone was dying, so Little Handsome basically did not say much. That old man who called me a little mouse. He should die tomorrow evening. His body is very weak, so he can only hold on until then, Little Handsome said unhappily. He was still holding a grudge against old Shu. What illness does he have? Mu Yu did not notice old Shu's problem at first. At that time, he only cared about breaking the heart loss array in old Shu's body and did not care about anything else. He thought that old Shu's life force was still very strong. It's not an illness. He should have lived well, at least 10 more years, right? But that array is the heart loss array. Didn't you notice? It sucked that guy's life force, Little Handsome said. Mu Yu frowned. At that time, he felt that the array pattern of the heart loss array was different, but he did not care. Now it seemed that he had overlooked something. When he came to old Shu's statue, he found that the wooden man in front of him was becoming more and more lifelike. Its chest was rising and falling. Old Shu's wooden man was breathing. Is it coming back to life? Mu Yu felt that things were getting more and more inconceivable. When he checked old Shu's body, he did not notice anything strange. Wait, I seem to remember this phenomenon. Let me think. Little Handsome stuck his head out, stretched out a claw, and gently poked old Shu's arm. Suddenly, he showed a surprised expression. What's the matter? Mu Yu asked. I know. This is no longer an array, but a very special kind of GU. I remember seeing it somewhere. Anyway, I can't explain it clearly, The heart loss array is only used to activate the GU. GU is different from array. After the GU is activated, the heart loss array is dispensable. Aya. Even I misjudged it at that time. Little Handsome was a little surprised. GU. Muyu remembered hearing his master talk about this kind of thing before. This kind of thing was like cultivating a GU in a person's body. It was used to punish a person and make them obedient. Otherwise, they would not be able to live and would not be able to die. However, Muyu did not know the details. He had never experienced the GU. This GU is to transfer Old Shoe's life force to this wooden man, Little Handsome said seriously as he stretched out his hand and pulled Old Shoe's face. You're saying that this wooden man will come to life and then the old man will die? Muyu was quite angry. He was always grateful to kind people. Although Old Shoe's way of speaking made people not know whether to laugh or cry, he was a warm and kind person. Muyu could not watch him die without knowing why. Little Handsome tilted his head and thought for a while before saying, I don't know. I feel that this wooden man's function is to replace the old man and then hide something. I'm not very sure. I also don't know how to remove this GU. Hide something? Wait. I feel that something is wrong. Muyu remembered that Old Man Shu had said that Old Man Zhao didn't kill everyone. Instead, he said something like, I'll wait for the day you die before I come back to welcome each and every one of you and your descendants. Could this be the reason why he didn't kill the others? To take the lives of the villagers in another way? Old Zhao naturally died of old age. After he was sent to Disorderly Burial Valley, he ran out and took away his descendants. And if that guy wanted to take away other people and their descendants, he had to wait for them to die. Could it be that the guy could not take the souls of those who died of natural causes, so he thought of another way to hasten the deaths of these people? Muyu felt a chill in his heart. This method was somewhat similar to the methods of the people from the Gate of Hell. When he was still imprisoned in the valley, he followed Deadwood Daddy out to treat the mortals who were infected with the plague. Later, he found out that the plague was deliberately spread by the people from the Gate of Hell to collect the souls of those who died of natural causes to refine the 9 formations of possession to deal with the White Ape Demon King. Did this guy who came out of nowhere and wanted to obtain the third sky also want to collect the souls of those who died of natural causes to refine something strange? No, we have to find a way to stop this. It seems that they carved these wooden men to transfer the lives of the villagers to the wooden men and create the illusion that the villagers died of natural causes. Muyu clenched his fist. By the way, Muyu, there's a coffin hanging from the beam in front of us. Do you think we should go and see if there's anything strange about it? Dragon Vine reminded him. Damn it, big earthworm. Do you have to go against coffins? Xiao Shui cursed. It seemed that he didn't like those things. But Muyu had already landed, closed the door, and walked to the front yard. Chen Erzhuang had already gone to attend someone else's funeral, so the shop door was closed. Muyu walked into the shop from the yard and found that the shop was very dark. There was not a single ray of light. The shop was no different from yesterday. The strange coffin was still hanging from the beam by a rope. The shadow clone sword in Muyu's hand lit up with a green light, illuminating the whole room even more eerie. He carefully landed beside the coffin and slowly slid it open. With the help of the shadow clone sword's green light, he looked inside the coffin. There was an old man with a face full of wrinkles lying inside. Muyu carefully sized up the old man in front of him. He naturally didn't recognize this dead person, but when he shifted his gaze to the old man's right hand, he found that the old man only had 4 fingers. Wait, his right hand only has 4 fingers. I remember Old Shu said that Old Master Zhao also only had 4 fingers on his left hand. This is Old Master Zhao. Muyu exclaimed. The shadow clone sword's light shone on Old Master Zhao's face, making it look even more pale green. Muyu didn't understand why Old Master Zhao's body was here, but he suddenly heard a breath. It actually came from Old Master Zhao's body. Chapter 577. In a gloomy coffin shop, it was already strange to find a coffin with a dead person inside. Which coffin shop would sell a coffin with a dead person as a gift? Not to mention that this dead person didn't seem to be completely dead. Xiao Shui tried to burrow into Mu Yu's clothes, leaving only half of his head outside. He's still alive. Long Ting stood on Mu Yu's shoulder and said in surprise. He was much braver than Xiao Shui. Mu Yu shook his head and said, "There's no vitality in his body. There's only yin qi supporting him. He should be dead." Mu Yu was the most knowledgeable person when it came to sensing vitality. He knew how death manifested in a person's body. The loss of vitality couldn't be hidden from Mu Yu's eyes. Mu Yu looked at Old Master Zhao's whole body, trying to find something special. Old Master Zhao was very old. The wrinkles on his face were like a puddle of mud. He even had a few strands of beard. The shroud he was wearing was very new. It was probably the only new clothes he wore in his old age. Other than the slight rise and fall of his chest, there was nothing unusual about him. "Mu Yu, don't tell me you want to take off his shroud?" Xiao Shui asked in disdain. Mu Yu ignored Xiao Shui. He didn't understand why Chen Erzuang would place Old Master Zhao's body in his shop. Why was it so strange for a shop that dealt with dead people to place a dead person there? He carefully moved Old Master Zhao's neck. Suddenly, he saw two sharp bloody holes behind Old Master Zhao's ears. It looked like he was bitten by some demon beast. The blood on the wounds hadn't coagulated yet. "Xiao Shui, can you see what bit him?" Mu Yu asked. Xiao Shui looked over in disgust and carefully examined it. "Can you use the night luminescent pearl? You have to use the green light of the shadow-splitting sword. It's so scary." Mu Yu laughed and quickly took out the night luminescent pearl. The soft white light suddenly illuminated the gloomy coffin and dispersed the green light. Xiao Shui carefully stared at the wound and made a soft sound of surprise. Then, it stretched out its little paw and pressed Old Master Zhao's forehead. Suddenly, it retracted its paw and frowned. "What's wrong?" Mu Yu asked curiously. "How disgusting. This old man has no brain." Little Handsome said in a huff. "Can you have some conscience? He's already dead, and you're still scolding him?" Long Ting scolded. "I mean, this old man's brain was eaten by something. After that thing eats the old man's brain, it becomes like the old man's brain. It can control the old man's every word and action." Xiao Shui rubbed its claws against Mu Yu's body. In the past, Xiao Shui had never complained when it went to look for demon spirits in the stomach of demonic beasts. Now, it even had to wipe its hands when it touched a dead person. Xiao Shui didn't even know when it had developed a misophobia. How can there be such a disgusting thing? Mu Yu also found it hard to accept. Eating people's brains alive and then controlling them? What kind of demonic beast was this? "Can we leave this place?" Xiao Shui shrank into Mu Yu's embrace. Other than eating things that could make him bravely move forward, Xiao Shui had no interest in dead people. "Xiao Shui, do you know what kind of demonic beast it is?" Mu Yu had never heard of something that could control people by eating their brains. "I forgot. I feel that it's very familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember." Xiao Shui mumbled. Mu Yu carefully searched the surroundings, but still didn't find anything strange in the shop. He remembered that Chen Erzuang was going to arrange a funeral in the neighboring village. He felt that he had to go and see what was going on. Xiao Shui didn't like to attend a funeral for the dead, but Long Ting told it that there would be a lot of good food at the funeral, so Xiao Shui immediately became excited. Using an invisibility array, Mu Yu hid in the sky above the village. It was easy to find where the funeral was going to be held. Because paper money was floating in the sky, mourning music and crying sounds were everywhere, it was impossible not to notice. When Mu Yu arrived, the family was preparing for the funeral. He immediately saw Chen Erzuang walking at the front of the procession. At this moment, Chen Erzuang's face was very solemn, and there was even a hint of sadness. This was his professional expression. Old Shu had once said that he had never seen Chen Erzuang smile. Chen Erzuang's body emitted a faint yin qi, which was exactly the same as the aura in Mass Burial Valley. Mu Yu didn't notice this aura when he went to his shop last time. It seemed that the mysterious fellow was most likely hiding in Chen Erzuang's body. There weren't many people attending the funeral, only about 70 to 80 people. Patriarch Zhao's seniority required the entire village to attend his funeral. Although Xinghua's mother wasn't as old as Patriarch Zhao, the procession was still very long. Ever since Patriarch Zhao's incident, the nearby villagers no longer dared to carry out sky burials for their loved ones. Instead, they buried them in the mountains. The hillside wasn't very high. Normally, the villagers would bury their loved ones in their fields on the mountain. The funeral lasted about 4 hours. Xiao Shuai kept scolding Long Ting for being a liar. It didn't see anything delicious, only some offerings that Xiao Shuai didn't care about at all. Mu Yu kept an eye on Chen Erzuang's movements, but Chen Erzuang didn't do anything. He only did what he was supposed to do and said what he was supposed to say. He didn't make any extra movements. Even when the coffin was being buried, he didn't go forward to help. He only let his 4 workers do the work. The 4 workers didn't do anything else. They just picked up the shovel and filled in the soil. That was all. Then, Chen Erzuang called his workers down the mountain and returned home, leaving the crying family members to stay for a while longer. "Do you feel that something is wrong?" Long Ting asked. Mu Yu shook her head. She was afraid that the biggest problem was that she didn't find anything wrong. He followed Chen Erzuang back to the shop. The 4 workers silently walked into the backyard and continued to carve the wooden figurines. Chen Erzuang also locked himself in his room. He really didn't know why he was alone with so many lifelike wooden figurines in the room. Was he just staring at each other? However, after they returned to the shop, the aura mysteriously disappeared. Mu Yu pondered for a long time. In the end, he decided to go back and check on Old Shu's situation. After all, according to Xiao Shuai's death announcement, Old Shu didn't have long to live. Old Shu was still diligently working in the field. When Mu Yu called him, he hurriedly threw down his hoe and ran over. "Sir, what's the hurry?" Old Shu was full of smiles. He was hale and hearty, and didn't look like he was going to die tomorrow evening. Mu Yu looked at Old Shu and didn't find anything wrong with him. Xiao Shuai said that the evil witchcraft transferred Old Shu's life force to the wooden figurines. However, Mu Yu found that Old Shu's life force was still very strong. What was going on? "Uncle, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Mu Yu asked worriedly. Old Shu smiled honestly and said, "I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. However, my rheumatism is acting up again. It's an old problem. I'll get used to it." Mu Yu looked at the sky and said, "Uncle, don't work today. I'll check your body when we go back." Old Shu was flattered when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "Oh, okay. Thank you, Sir Mu Yu." Although he didn't understand why the immortal master suddenly wanted to check his body, Old Shu quickly ran to pick up the hoe and proudly followed Mu Yu back. Along the way, he saw other villagers with their heads held high. Old Shu was very beautiful when he walked with the immortal master. "Xiao Shuai, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Mu Yu carefully checked Old Shu's body. He found that other than the common rheumatism and shortness of breath caused by smoking tobacco, there was nothing abnormal. Mu Yu still didn't see any signs of life loss in Old Shu's body. His life force and the wooden figurines are of the same origin. This is a very common situation in witchcraft. Basically, you can't see any signs before the outbreak. However, once the outbreak happens, you can't do anything. Xiao Shuai said seriously. Old Shu, who was next to him, was confused. He asked in a low voice, "Lord Mu Yu, is my rheumatism okay?" "It's okay, but you're going to die soon," Xiao Shuai said simply. Old Shu's face turned pale. He asked nervously, "Sir Mu Yu, am I going to die?" Mu Yu glared at Xiao Shuai and hurriedly comforted him. "Don't worry, uncle. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'll help you cure your rheumatism." Since he met Old Shu, Mu Yu might as well be a good person until the end. Rheumatism was a disease that tormented many old people, but for Mu Yu, it was just a simple matter of massage. Because the meridians of mortals couldn't directly bear spiritual energy, Mu Yu used a few small wooden needles to pierce into Old Shu's knees. Then, he used the needles as a guide to guide his spiritual energy into Old Shu's body to remove the moisture. Sir Mu Yu personally treated me. I must have accumulated a lot of good karma in my previous life. Haha. Old Shu whispered happily. Ian, it's good that you're fine. Don't smoke tobacco in the future. It's not good for your lungs. Mu Yu used the wooden needles to pierce into Old Shu's chest. He let the wooden needles extend their roots in Old Shu's body to absorb all the harmful substances that couldn't be expelled from Old Shu's lungs. Then, he used the wooden needles to expel them. This was the best he could do. Xiao Shuai's death announcement had never been wrong. Right now, he wasn't sure how to deal with it. He hadn't found the cause of the disease, so he couldn't treat it. After Mu Yu massaged him, Old Shu jumped a few times and found that the soreness that had troubled him for many years had disappeared. He took a few deep breaths and found that his chest tightness and shortness of breath had also disappeared. His face immediately lit up and he walked with wind. It was already late, so Old Shu quickly ran to cook. His wife died early, and his only daughter was married to a neighboring village. Thus, he lived alone. In order to show that his legs were flexible, he ran all the way to the dishes as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that his rheumatism was cured. I still have a chicken stewing in the pot. Wait a moment, it'll be ready in a moment. Old Man Shu brought out a few dishes. Xiao Shuai was the one who ate the most happily. Anyway, he had never rejected food. Only Mu Yu had no appetite. He thought that he had to find a way to lure out the mysterious guy behind Chen Erzhuang. That guy could eat other people's brains. It was disgusting no matter how he thought about it. Master Mu Yu, please eat quickly. If it's not enough, I'll make more. Old Shu sat opposite Mu Yu and said, Uncle, can you recall in detail the day when old Master Zhao climbed out of the coffin? Was there any other strange places around Mass Burial Valley, oh no, Sky Burial Valley? For example, smells, sounds, etc. Mu Yu knew too little about the mysterious guy. He had no idea how to deal with him. Let me think. Sounds. It didn't seem to be anything special. Maybe there was something rumbling under the Sky Burial Valley, and I thought it was thunder and lightning. Smells. Oh yes. There was a very unpleasant musty smell. It was nauseating. Old Shu said. Chapter 578. What's with the thunder and lightning? Are you going to be struck by lightning after you die? Xiao Shuai asked curiously. Xiao Shuai, don't interrupt. Uncle, please continue, Mu Yu said. Yes, it's the sound of thunder and lightning. It's more like the sound of thunder rolling in the clouds. The ground was shaking at the time. Because the Sky Burial Valley is a very strange place, we often hear all kinds of strange rumbling sounds. Rumor has it that the King of Hell is opening the gate to the underworld to welcome the resentful souls of the dead. Everyone is used to it, so we don't care about it. Old Shu said with his head tilted. Sky Burial Valley has that kind of rumbling sound very often. Mu Yu felt that things were getting more and more strange. Throwing a coffin into Sky Burial Valley with lightning and sparks all the way, what was going on? Mu Yu went down a few days ago to take a look, but he didn't find anything. Could it be that they didn't go to the same place? Not very often. Anyway, every time a dead person was sent to the Sky Burial Valley, there would be thunder and lightning at the bottom of the valley. We didn't think it was normal. But when old Zhao was sent in, the rumbling sound was especially loud, Old Shu said with certainty. What kind of place was the chaotic Burial Valley? This made Mu Yu very puzzled. For a long time, the villagers in the vicinity had thrown their coffins directly into the Mass Burial Valley. However, not only did Mu Yu not find a single person at the bottom of the valley, he didn't even find a ghost, let alone lightning and thunder. Could it be that only the dead could cause such a change in Sky Burial Valley? What's the problem? Mu Yu held his chin. He thought it had something to do with the people from the Gate of Hell, but he couldn't find any traces of the people from the Gate of Hell. He also didn't know who the mysterious person behind Chen Erzhuang was, so he didn't know where to start. Who cares what the problem is? You'll only have the strength to work when you're full. Xiao Shuai ate happily. Old Shu pushed all the meat to Xiao Shuai, as he didn't want to neglect his immortal pet. Anyway, none of us dare to go to Sky Burial Valley anymore. None of us have thought about old Zhao's matter. Old Man Shu was talking excitedly, but then he suddenly stopped. His body swayed twice, and then he fell under the chair with a pa sound. Mu Yu was caught off guard by this sudden turn of event. Mu Yu immediately rushed over and helped Old Man Shu up and anxiously asked, "Uncle, are you all right?" Old Man Shu's face was flushed red, as if he was choked by something, but there was nothing on his neck. I feel terrible. It feels like someone is strangling my neck." Old Man Shu took a long time to say these words. Soon after, his breathing became weak and he found it difficult to breathe. Woodman's Gu technique took effect on him. Little Shuai swallowed the last mouthful of meat, not feeling surprised at all. Mu Yu was shocked. He thought of the hanging woodman in Chen Erzuang's shop. Could it be like what Little Shuai said, that Old Man Shu's life had been transferred to the woodman? Mu Yu put Old Man Shu on the bed. Little Shuai jumped on Old Man Shu's chest and knocked on it. After listening for a while, he said seriously to Mu Yu, "You see, I already said that this kind of Gu technique is very evil and impossible to guard against." I will die," Old Man Shu asked in horror. He was out of breath when he spoke, and the wrinkles on his face were all wrinkled. "Don't worry, you won't die now," Little Shuai said seriously. Old Man Shu's face had just relaxed when Little Shuai added, "You won't die until tomorrow evening." Old Man Shu's eyes widened. He was completely frightened. "Little Shuai, don't talk nonsense. Uncle, don't worry, I won't let you die." Mu Yu pulled Little Shuai's tail to stop him from saying such unpleasant things. This guy just couldn't control his mouth. He was always saying such depressing things. Old Man Shu's breath was getting weaker and weaker. At this time, Mu Yu also felt that Old Man Shu's life force was slowly disappearing. "He looks like he's being hung up. If we want to save him, do we have to go to Chen Erzuang's shop and cut off the woodman's necks?" Dragon Vine guessed. "It's useless. Cutting it off might just make his face less red. He'll still die tomorrow evening." Little Shuai shook his head. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's cut the rope first so that he won't be in so much pain." Mu Yu turned around and walked towards Chen Erzuang's house. But Little Shuai said, Wait, I have a way to temporarily relieve his pain. Old man, you're lucky to have met me. Endure the pain, it'll be over soon." Little Shuai stretched out his little hand. A thin and sharp claw appeared on his little finger. Although this claw looked very thin, it was very sharp. Usually, it was used to cut the armor of demonic beasts or to cut food to cook. Other than that, it basically didn't need to use it. One of his sharp claws gently reached into Old Man Shu's throat without any resistance. This claw was thin and sharp. A mortal's skin was not worth mentioning in front of it. It was easily penetrated. At the same time, a circle of white light appeared on Little Shuai's claw and enveloped Old Man Shu's throat. Hiss! Old Man Shu took a deep breath. The redness on his face gradually faded. He then sat up and gasped for breath. Thank you, Lord." Old Man Shu said gratefully. "Hey, you have to thank me." Little Shuai had already retracted his claws and jumped back to Mu Yu's shoulder. "Thank you, Lord Little Shuai," Old Man Shu quickly said. Although Old Man Shu was no longer in pain, his breath was still very weak. His life force was still gradually fading away. Mu Yu looked at the circle of white light around Old Man Shu's neck. He knew that Little Shuai's actions were not a long-term solution. If he wanted to save Old Man Shu and the villagers who were about to lose their lives, he had to bring the person behind Chen Erzuang to justice. "Uncle, you rest here. Before we come back, don't go anywhere." Mu Yu had already rushed out of Old Man Shu's house and flew towards Chen Erzuang's shop. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. Every household had lit up their lanterns. But when Mu Yu stopped in the air above Chen Erzuang's courtyard, he discovered that Chen Erzuang's house did not have any light. Although the moon was hanging on the treetops, it did not seem to shine on this small courtyard that sold dead people's things. Chen Erzuang's courtyard did not have any light at all. On the contrary, it was shrouded in a gloomy aura that made people feel cold. Mu Yu landed on the roof of Chen Erzuang's house during the day. Under his feet, There were many wooden figures hanging from the roof beam. Little Shuai had already retreated into Mu Yu's clothes. He had poked 2 small holes in Mu Yu's clothes, revealing 2 small eyes. The surroundings were very quiet. Even the chirping of crickets could not be heard. The wind blew over, causing Mu Yu's clothes to flutter. Mu Yu looked at the empty courtyard. There were still fragments of camphor wood in the courtyard. There were also some unfinished wooden figures. But the 4 workers had disappeared. A pungent musty smell came from the corner of the courtyard. It was the disgusting paint used to paint the wooden figures. Mu Yu had already silently floated down and landed outside Chen Erzuang's door. He extended his runes and carefully listened to the movements in the surroundings. At the same time, he focused all his attention on Chen Erzuang's room. There was no sound in the room. Chen Erzuang was just a mortal. If he was resting, there should at least be the sound of his breathing. But Mu Yu did not hear any rhythmic sound. He carefully opened the door and found that the door was not locked. This was the second time he had come to this room. To be honest, he and Little Shuai did not like to come to this kind of gloomy place in the middle of the night. But at this time, for the sake of Old Man Shu and the other villagers' lives, he had to think of a way to solve all of this. He looked through the crack in the door. It was pitch black inside and he could not see the situation clearly. Just as he was about to push the door open, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the crack in the door. The pair of eyes in the darkness flashed with a cold light. It appeared so suddenly that Mu Yu did not expect it. This was because he did not sense any life in the room from the beginning. Fuck, your mother. Little Shuai had originally made 2 holes in Mu Yu's clothes to reveal his little eyes. He did not expect to directly meet the pair of eyes in the crack in Chen Erzuang's door. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword was placed horizontally in front of his chest. With a burst of green light, he retreated and landed next to the unfinished wooden figure in the courtyard. He vigilantly looked at Chen Erzuang's room. At the same time, he felt that the courtyard was suddenly enveloped by a layer of gloomy aura. This aura was very strong and even made him smell a trace of danger. Creak. The door to Chen Erzuang's room was opened and a figure slowly walked out. With the help of the green light on the shadow clone sword, Mu Yu saw the figure in front of him clearly. His pupils shrank. It was actually Old Man Zhao who was lying in the coffin in the shop in front of him. At this moment, Old Man Zhao revealed a strange smile. His eyes were very cold and revealed a killing intent. It was completely unlike the eyes of an old man with 1 foot in the grave. What are you? Why do you want to harm the innocent villagers here? Mu Yu asked in a low voice. He quickly thought in his heart because he did not feel any human aura from the other party. There was no vitality, no fluctuation of cultivation, nothing at all. It was as if the Old Man Zhao in front of him was a walking corpse. Jejia, Jejia. Old Man Zhao slowly raised his foot and stepped out of the room. He staggered toward Mu Yu. He did not speak, but his mouth revealed a strange laughter that sounded very gloomy. Mu Yu only felt the cold killing intent from the other party, but it did not give him a sense of danger. The real danger came from something in the darkness that was waiting for an opportunity to move, not from the person in front of him who had come back from the dead. He did not make the first move. He wanted to figure out the situation first. However, Old Man Zhao suddenly took out a file and slowly stabbed toward Mu Yu. The file was used to grind wood and was not very sharp. Mu Yu slanted his body and easily dodged the attack. This old Master Zhao's movements were too slow. Although his eyes were fierce, his moves were as light as a feather. He was no different from an ordinary person. He felt that an ordinary young man would be able to dodge this attack. What was going on? Old Man Zhao missed his stab and almost fell to the ground. However, he did not give up. He still laughed strangely and shakily stabbed at Mu Yu with the file. He is completely an ordinary person. That mysterious guy can't be so weak, right? Mu Yu, a spirit-severing stage cultivator, felt that it was very funny to confront Old Man Zhao. He felt that he could easily deal with this guy with a shake of his hand. However, because the other party was immortal, he did not use too much strength. He just slapped the back of Old Man Zhao's neck, trying to make him faint. However, Old Man Zhao was only slapped to the ground by Mu Yu. There was no sign of him fainting at all. He slowly got up and persevered to walk toward Mu Yu. Forget it. He is just a mortal. Mu Yu did not want to be entangled with Old Man Zhao. He came here to take down the wooden figures from the beam. He tiptoed and rushed into Chen Erzuang's room. The shadow clone sword had illuminated the entire room. Mu Yu raised his head, but the beam was already empty. Chapter 579. Those lifelike wooden dolls were clearly hanging from the beams during the day, but when Mu Yu came at night, these wooden dolls had disappeared without a trace. An inexplicable cold air suddenly came from the room. It was as if the temperature had suddenly dropped below zero, and the ground under his feet was starting to frost. Ever since Mu Yu came here, he felt that something was wrong with the courtyard. In the darkness, there was a powerful aura that was not weaker than his staring at him. When he walked into the room, that aura became more and more obvious, and it seemed to be very close to him. It was right behind him. Kai. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword suddenly stabbed behind him. The shadow clone sword seemed to have stabbed into someone's body, giving off a strange muffled sound. He turned his head to look and met Old Master Zhao's old face. His shadow clone sword had already stabbed into Old Master Zhao's chest. Mu Yu was shocked. He hurriedly pulled back his sword and dodged to the door. But the door automatically closed with a peng sound. The sharp sword energy crisscrossed and slashed at the door. It was reasonable to say that his sword chi was very tyrannical. This ordinary door should not be able to stop him at all. He did not even need to touch it before it was turned into dust. However, an even more tyrannical aura suddenly surged out from the darkness, blocking Mu Yu's sword chi. Mu Yu was actually blocked by an ordinary door. He turned around and looked at Old Master Zhao, who had suddenly appeared behind him. He was very puzzled. When Old Master Zhao attacked him, his speed was clearly as slow as a turtle, so how did he suddenly appear behind him? Old Master Zhao was wearing shrouds. There was a bloody hole in his chest, but there was no blood flowing out. He did not even frown. He still swayed as he raised the file and walked towards Mu Yu. I want to see what is causing trouble. Array patterns appeared in Mu Yu's hands. The bright array patterns spread out with him as the center, flying in all directions. However, the light from the array patterns was severely limited to Mu Yu's surroundings. The array patterns seemed to be able to swallow the light, and the entire room was still very dark. Hiding your head and tail, you don't dare to come out? Mu Yu shouted coldly. No one answered him. Only Old Master Zhao slowly walked over, holding a stupid file and trying to kill him. Mu Yu frowned. Other than acting like a mortal, the Zhao clan's old master's body was very strange. Even after being stabbed by Mu Yu, he was fine. It was like a corpse that was being controlled. There was no sense of pain, only the mechanical execution of orders to kill. However, it was ridiculous to ask a mortal with a file to kill Mu Yu, who was at the divinity stage. Mu Yu knew that Old Master Zhao was beyond saving. However, since the other party couldn't threaten his life, he didn't plan to destroy Old Master Zhao's body. The Old Master Zhao in front of him was just a puppet. The room became colder and colder, and the cold air even invaded Mu Yu's body, which was protected by his spiritual power, making him feel very uncomfortable. He had to find the mysterious guy hiding in the dark as soon as possible. Yin Qi, don't show off in front of me. Mu Ling's sword appeared beside Mu Yu, and instantly turned into a big tree. The branches firmly tied up Old Master Zhao, and the remaining leaves began to emit a stronger death qi, which immediately shrouded the yin qi in the room. Hua! Like a receding tide, the strange yin energy was defeated by the purest death energy. Mu Ling's branches were too powerful. They were specialized in restraining evil plants. All the yin qi was swallowed by Mu Ling, and the whole dark room was instantly lit up by Mu Yu's formation. The tree branch disappeared, leaving behind only a branch that bound Old Master Zhao. Old Master Zhao kept struggling, and the yin energy in his body was beginning to be sucked away by the wood spirit. Then old Master Zhao's movements gradually weakened, and he stopped struggling. The murderous look in his eyes disappeared, and his head drooped. His chest gradually stopped rising and falling, and there was no more movement. The room was empty, and there was still only a bed. The only thing missing was the wooden man on the beam. The dangerous aura that Mu Yu felt had also disappeared. Mu Yu placed old Master Zhao's body on the bed and walked towards the door. Bang! Mu Yu kicked the door open and walked into the courtyard. The formation under his feet had already enveloped the whole courtyard, illuminating every corner of the courtyard. The abnormality in the courtyard just now had disappeared, and it was very quiet. What on earth was that? Why is it so strange? Mu Yu thought for a while, and then walked towards Chen Erzuang's shop. However, the whole shop was very normal. Other than the gloominess, it was no different from daytime. The white moonlight shone on the top of the mountain, and the plants on the mountain were covered in a layer of silver frost. 5 figures walked hurriedly on the mountain path, passing through the ridges, and finally stopped in front of a new grave. These 5 people were none other than Chen Erzuang and his 4 companions, and this grave was the grave of the dead person that the 5 of them had just presided over. No one expected that the 5 of them would come back here in the middle of the night. The 4 assistants all had iron shovels in their hands, and without saying a word, they began to shovel the soil. In less than a quarter of an hour, the coffin that was buried during the day had appeared in front of them. If someone was here, they would be shocked to find that there was a slow breathing sound coming from the coffin, as if the person buried inside was still alive. The 4 assistants jumped down and carried the coffin out. Chen Erzuang's face looked very pale under the moonlight. He walked over and quickly opened the coffin. Inside the coffin was an old woman with a face like orange peel. The old woman was a pure dead person. She was wearing a new shroud, and her chest was not moving up and down. The breathing sound did not come from her body. Chen Erzuang felt around inside the coffin and seemed to have touched something. Then, with a click, the bottom of the coffin suddenly flipped over, and the old woman was turned to the bottom. And from the back, a person that looked exactly like the old woman was turned out. This person's eyes were open, but its eyes were still like wood. It was the wooden figure that was carved during the day, but at this moment, the wooden figure's chest was moving up and down, and there were faint signs of life. Chen Erzuang actually did something to the coffin, and made a secret compartment, hiding the old woman's wooden figure behind a real dead person. Chen Erzuang took out a pen from his bag, and dipped it in the red paint that was used to paint the wooden figure. He casually pointed the pen at the 2 eyes of the wooden figure, and the red paint dripped into the wooden figure's eyes, but it did not dye the wooden figure's eyes red, but turned them into normal black eyes. A wave of yin energy shot out from the wooden figure's eyes, and instantly spread throughout its body. Then the wooden figure suddenly twitched, and became no different from the old woman from before, and even came to life. The wooden old woman slowly sat up from the bottom of the coffin. Her eyes were still a little confused, as if she did not know where she was. Chen Erzuang numbly said, "Go home, and welcome your descendants." The wooden old woman's eyes suddenly became as black as ink. She nodded, and trembled as she climbed out of the coffin, and then slowly went down the mountain under the moonlight. Chen Erzuang's 4 assistants had already filled the coffin, and piled it up into a new grave. The only strange thing was that they did not bury the coffin, but lifted it up and left with Chen Erzuang. Old Shu sat on his bed. He had listened to Mu Yu's words, and still did not dare to get out of bed. Xiao Shuai's words had scared him to death, and he did not want to die. Could it be that Sir Mu Yu still has not removed my curse? Old Shu's heart trembled as he thought, and suddenly regretted telling Mu Yu those words. But he remembered that Sir Mu Yu was very polite to him at such a young age, and also cured his many years of rheumatism and shortness of breath, so he felt that Mu Yu would not harm him. He coughed twice, and his addiction to smoking came back. After hesitating for a while, he still got out of bed and walked towards the hall. His house was very small, and the hall and room did not have a door, only a piece of broken curtain covering the door. He found his tobacco in the corner of the hall, and took out a lighter from his pocket. He blew a mouthful of air, and the lighter let out a yellow flame. He lit the tobacco and fiercely took a puff. Although Sir Mu Yu said that I should not smoke, but if the King of Hell really wants to take me away, I have to make myself not so sad. Old Shu slowly sat back on the chair and blew out a mouthful of smoke. The white smoke floated in the darkness and disappeared. There was still a white halo around his neck, and the spiritual energy that Xiao Shuai gave him had not dissipated. He curiously touched his neck, but the white halo was faintly discernible, and he could not touch it. The immortal's little mouse is really powerful. Ayo, if only my big yellow was half as smart as it. Then he thought, why was this halo like the collar he put on Big Yellow? But he did not care, as it was good enough that he could keep his life. Old Shu took another puff of his tobacco, and thought that if that young Sir Mu Yu saved his life, then everyone would be happy. The pests in the fields had been removed by Sir Mu Yu, and his rheumatism had been cured. He felt that there was nothing better than this in the world. Old Shu's thoughts were very simple, and he was usually a very easily satisfied person. Woof, woof, woof. The big yellow dog in the courtyard suddenly barked, and it was barking quite fiercely. Old Shu thought of his barking Big Yellow, and he could not help but envy the little mouse that could talk. He had lived alone for so many years, and only Big Yellow accompanied him. It was a pity that Big Yellow could not talk. If only Big Yellow could talk like the little mouse, it could also help him relieve his boredom. Big Yellow, don't bark, Old Shu said. But Big Yellow did not stop barking, and at this time, familiar footsteps sounded from outside the door. Hey, Sir Mu Yu, are you back? Old Shu quickly knocked down his tobacco, and then blew the smoke in the room, because Mu Yu had told him not to smoke. He ran over and wanted to open the door, but the door was pushed in from the outside. Old Shu looked at the person in front of him, and he was stunned. This person was not Mu Yu. You are. Old Shu looked at the person in front of him in horror. The person standing outside the door was actually another Old Shu. You don't even recognize yourself. Old Shu, who was outside the door, revealed a strange smile. He was no different from Old Shu, except for the pair of black eyes. Chapter 580. Mu Yu carefully searched Chen Erzhuang's coffin shop. He almost turned the whole yard upside down, but he still didn't find any clues. The soul-stirring yin qi just now was just a trap, deliberately waiting for him here. Obviously, the other party already knew that Mu Yu came here during the day and deliberately set up some traps to deal with Mu Yu. Ordinary self-cultivators might not be able to escape from this strange death qi, but Mu Yu was different from other self-cultivators in that he had absolute control over death. These things were not worth mentioning and were easily dealt with by him. Where would Chen Erzhuang go if he's not at home at night? Mu Yu pondered. The things that happened in this coffin shop were too strange and he couldn't understand at all. Let's just set up a few trap arrays here to deal with that guy. We'll come back tomorrow to check the situation. Little Shuai said. Mu Yu nodded. With a tap of his foot, countless dense array patterns crawled out with him as the center and instantly merged into Chen Erzhuang's yard and disappeared. At the same time, 4 array bases were distributed in 4 inconspicuous corners of the yard and were covered by special array patterns. Let's go to Mass Burial Valley to take a look. Dragon Ting suggested. Big Earthworm, are you crazy? Why are you not sleeping at night and going to the dead pit? Little Shuai scolded. So what? Aren't we still in the dead shop? Dragon Ting said. That's different. Let's go back and see that old man. Don't let him be strangled to death later. Little Shuai had never liked Mass Burial Valley. Why are you suddenly so concerned about him? Dragon Ting curled her lips. He treats us well, of course we have to care about him. This is called conscience, do you understand? Big Earthworm, do you know what conscience is? If something happens to the old man, won't your conscience hurt? Little Shuai said righteously. Nope. All the good food and drink went into your stomach, I didn't eat. Dragon Ting said lazily. We really need to go back and see the old man. Mu Yu finished setting up the last array pattern and said. A wise move. Then we'll go to the Mass Burial Valley, Mu Yu added. F***CK. Mu Yu left Chen Erzhuang's house in a flash. He descended from the sky and walked straight into Old Shu's courtyard. The room was still lit, and the big yellow dog was lying on the ground in the courtyard. When it saw Mu Yu, it even whimpered in a friendly manner. He pushed open the door and walked into the room. Old Shu was curled up on the bed and shivered. When he saw Mu Yu, he immediately climbed down from the bed as if he saw his savior. "Esteemed master, how is it? Can I still live?" Old Man Shu's face was full of anxiety. Mu Yu looked at Old Shu's earnest expression and sighed in his heart. But he still squeezed out a smile and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you." "That's good, that's good." Old Man Shu said gratefully. "Did anything happen while I was gone?" Mu Yu asked. Old Man Shu's face suddenly revealed a frightened expression. He quickly said, "Something happened. Something happened. What happened?" Mu Yu was slightly shocked. He looked at Old Man Shu's body and found that Old Man Shu was not injured. The white spirit chi ring on his neck was still there. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. "Just now, there was a person who looked exactly like me running over. He said a few inexplicable words to me and then left." Old Shu patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "Someone who looked exactly like you? What did he say?" Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the wooden figure carved by Chen Erzuang's 4 workers. At that time, it had the image of Old Man Shu. Moreover, it strangely breathed as if it was coming to life. But at that time, the eyes of the wooden figure in the coffin shop had not been painted. He said that if you want to find him, go to the disorderly burial valley. He will wait for you there, and then left. Old Man Shu's face was filled with fear. When the topic of chaotic burial valley was brought up, he even flinched. The incident of Old Man Zhao coming back from the dead in chaotic burial valley was still vivid in his mind. Chaotic burial valley had become a nightmare for all the villagers. Mu Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Uncle, lock the door. I'm going to the disorderly burial valley." "Okay," Old Man Shu quickly said. But before Mu Yu could turn around, Xiao Shuai had already jumped out and pounced on Old Man Shu. "Xiao Shuai, what are you doing?" Mu Yu shouted. He wanted to grab Xiao Shuai's tail, but Xiao Shuai's speed was too fast. Even Mu Yu could not catch him. He's a wooden figure. Xiao Shuai's sharp claws had already reached out. Old Man Shu's body suddenly emitted a strong yin qi, instantly blocking Xiao Shuai's body. However, Xiao Shuai's claws still passed through the yin qi and scratched Old Man Shu's arm. Old Man Shu's arm that was scratched by Xiao Shuai's claws was actually made of wood. Mu Yu looked at Old Man Shu in shock, then looked at Xiao Shuai and said, "Why is this wooden figure so similar to Old Man Shu? He can even speak like Old Man Shu?" "Xiao Shuai, how can you tell?" At that time, Mu Yu could not sense the aura of the wooden figures in Chen Erzuang's shop. Those wooden figures were no longer pure wood. "I can't tell either, but I can be sure that the spirit energy on his neck was not caused by me. Also, he doesn't have the smell of roast goose on him. He must be a fake." Xiao Shuai snorted. "I don't know anything. I'm only responsible for passing on the message." Old Man Shu's expression was still as terrified as before. He did not even have the slightest bit of cultivation. Then, a gust of yin qi revolved under his feet. A strange fluctuation suddenly trembled, and he disappeared from the room in an instant. Did this fellow stay here just to make me go to the chaotic burial valley? Mu Yu originally wanted to stop the wooden figure from leaving, but the wooden figure disappeared too suddenly. Moreover, it was already prepared. "What are you still standing there for? Go to the chaotic burial valley." Xiao Shuai squeezed into Mu Yu's clothes. "Didn't you not want to go just now? Why are you so impatient?" Long Ting asked curiously. "The roast goose he made is very delicious." "He can't die," Xiao Shuai said very honestly. Mu Yu took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was heading towards the chaotic burial valley. The chaotic burial valley was still filled with waves of yin qi. The fog did not dissipate all year round. The moon shone brightly in the sky, but when it shone on the chaotic burial valley, it appeared to be a deathly white. At this moment, the bottom of the chaotic burial valley was dark. The moonlight was blocked by the yin qi, and could not penetrate through. The wind blew fiercely on the mountain, and when it blew against the walls of the chaotic burial valley, it produced a series of sharp screeches. It sounded like the wails of angry ghosts, and it caused one's scalp to go numb. The yin-chi in the valley slowly circulated, forming strange shapes in the air. It looked like countless ghosts were flapping around, and it also looked like resentful spirits were painfully pulling something. 5 silhouettes appeared on top of Mass Burial Valley. Their shadows were long and narrow under the moonlight, like bamboo poles. The people who came were Chen Erzhuang and his 4 workers. The 4 workers carried the coffin that had just been dug out from the grave. They came to the edge of the chaotic burial valley, and without any hesitation or words, they directly threw the coffin into the chaotic burial valley. The coffin drew an arc at the edge of the chaotic burial valley, and with a whistling sound, it disappeared into the darkness of the chaotic burial valley. Rumble. As if lightning flashed and thunder roared, the entire chaotic burial valley trembled slightly. It was as if something strange had happened at the bottom of the valley. It was as if a huge rock had collapsed, and it also sounded like the roar of a ferocious beast. The surrounding temperature was getting lower and lower, and even the top of the chaotic burial valley was covered in a thick layer of frost. After Chen Erzhuang and his 4 workers threw the coffin, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they jumped and actually jumped into the chaotic burial valley. Hiss! A cold and domineering yin-chi suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the chaotic burial valley, and it turned into a demonic ghost. It roared and danced in the air above the chaotic burial valley, and it let out a sharp and unbearable cry. After that, it gradually faded away, and the chaotic burial valley returned to its peaceful state. Not long after, ripples appeared in the air above the chaotic burial valley, and Mu Yu appeared out of thin air above the chaotic burial valley. He had seen the figures of Chen Erzhuang and his 4 workers from afar, and he also saw them throwing the coffin into the chaotic burial valley and jumping down. The moment the coffin fell into the chaotic burial valley, he heard the sound of lightning and thunder. The sound of lightning and thunder that old man Shu had mentioned was indeed there. He walked step by step along the edge of the chaotic burial valley, and every step he took was like a blooming lotus flower. Intertwining black and white array patterns appeared and disappeared into the rocks. The person in front of him clearly knew a little about array formations, and Mu Yu had to leave a way out for himself. I want to see what kind of divine being you are. After walking for 9 steps, he stopped. The array formation that he used to retreat had already silently covered the cover of the chaotic burial valley. Mu Yu looked at the pitch-black abyss of the chaotic burial valley and jumped down without hesitation. Swish! A brilliant light bloomed around Mu Yu's body. In the dark night of the chaotic burial valley, there was no light at all. The mysterious person in the dark definitely knew that Mu Yu had come here, so there was no need for Mu Yu to hide anything. However, the yin-chi in the chaotic burial valley was the same as the yin-chi in Chen Erzhuang's house. It was constantly swallowing the light, suppressing the light on Mu Yu's body to a very small area. It was unable to shine too far, so Mu Yu was still unable to see the situation around him clearly. Whoosh! The sound of lightning and thunder had already disappeared, and there was only the howling of the cold wind that reverberated throughout the entire chaotic burial valley. The ghostly shadows were eerie, and it seemed like something was going to come out from the darkness. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was just an illusion. Every time Mu Yu fell, the temperature seemed to drop a little. When he stepped on the solid bottom of the valley, the temperature had already dropped to below 0. The same scene, Mu Yu still did not see any coffins or dead people. Chen Erzhuang and his 4 workers had disappeared after jumping into the chaotic burial valley. I'm already here. You don't dare to show yourself. Mu Yu coldly said. Mu Ling's sword had already turned into a spider web of roots under his feet, quietly spreading out. Jie, a cultivator, you really have guts. I wonder if the brain of a 3rd celestial layer cultivator is delicious. A strange laughter suddenly resounded in all directions, reverberating for a long time. It was simply impossible to know where this voice came from. I'm afraid you'll have indigestion. Mu Yu was still looking for the mysterious person in the dark. Mu Ling's roots had almost covered the entire valley, but he still did not find anything strange. Shio! A sharp whistling sound rang out, and all the yin qi swept towards the sky, forming a black fog. The edges of the black fog were suffused with a red light. From afar, it looked like a hunchback, but it had a pair of huge wings on its back. Pretending to be mysterious. No matter what you are, if you come out to cause trouble, then you're courting death. Runes spread out, and Mu Yu's figure stepped out. The shadow sword in his hand transformed into a myriad of illusions. The sharp and domineering sword Qi was like a heavenly sword descending from the ninth heaven, carrying an insufferably arrogant aura. Like a gale sweeping away fallen leaves, it chopped towards the red fog. Voila! The fog in front of him was like flowing water being chopped apart by the shadow sword. All the fog suddenly dissipated, revealing two figures inside. Mu Yu's gaze was startled. The sword Qi in his hand was forcibly moved away, and it chopped towards the cliff of the chaotic burial valley. However, the cliff of the chaotic burial valley emitted a surge of yin qi, which bounced the sword Qi away. The sword Qi bounced against the opposite cliff, and then bounced into the sky, disappearing without a trace. This cliff was actually not damaged by Mu Yu's sword Qi, and it even had a strange rebound ability to dissolve Mu Yu's sword Qi. Lord Mu Yu, don't kill me, don't kill me. Chapter 581. The fog dissipated, and the figures of the two old men Shu appeared in front of Mu Yu. A red rope was wrapped around their necks, connecting them together. The scratches that Xiao Shuai had caused did not appear on the two old men Shu's bodies. It was obvious that they had been repaired. I heard that you can distinguish between the real and the fake. I want to see how you can distinguish between these two people. The eerie laughter sounded again. The two old men Shu seemed to be hung in the air by something. The spiritual energy that Xiao Shuai had created around their necks had also disappeared. The light of the shadow clone sword shone on the two old men Shu's pale faces. The old men Shu was extremely frightened, and their bodies were trembling because of fear. The moment he saw Mu Yu appear, he was pleasantly surprised. However, Mu Yu's sword had almost cut him in half, which scared him half to death. Xiao Shuai, can you tell which one is the real old man? Mu Yu asked. Xiao Shuai looked at the two holes in Mu Yu's clothes and rolled his eyes for a long time. He said, I don't know. The spiritual energy around their necks has disappeared. Even the smell of roast duck has disappeared. I really can't tell. Jie Jie, this mortal who leaked my secret, I will definitely eat his brain in the end. However, his life will be up to you to decide. If you choose to let one live, I will kill the other. You better choose well. The eerie voice laughed arrogantly. The red ropes suddenly broke apart and turned into ghost claws. They attached themselves to the heads of the two old men Shu, separating the two of them. Lord Mu Yu, I am the real one. He is the fake one. I am the real one. You are the fake one. The two old men Shu anxiously defended themselves. The two people's expressions and movements were strangely similar. Even the aura on their bodies was no different. The vitality of the two people in Mu Yu's eyes was also very vigorous. They did not seem to be fake. Mu Yu didn't know how to differentiate the two of them. He wasn't familiar with Old Man Shu and didn't know his usual habits. But even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to differentiate them in this situation. This mysterious guy was too disgusting. He used the wooden puppet to connect two people's lives. This was the first time Mu Yu had seen such a strange method. Then which one do you choose? I'll count to 3. If you don't make a choice, I'll just kill one of you. The sinister voice echoed in the air. Lord Mu Yu, I'm serious. That day, you planted a flower in my field and helped me drive away the pests in my field. Old Man Shu on the left hurriedly shouted. I'm the real one, Lord Mu Yu. You cured my rheumatism and my shortness of breath. Oh right, you also removed the curse on my body. Old Man Shu on the right also hurriedly said. In order to gain Mu Yu's trust, they began to fight to be the first to talk about the things that happened with Mu Yu. But the more they talked, the more Mu Yu couldn't differentiate them. Unless little Shuai rushed over and slashed the two of them again, who wouldn't bleed? But that guy definitely wouldn't give Mu Yu such a chance. Little Shuai suddenly stuck his head out and asked loudly, "Old man, how many spoonfuls of salt did you put in the roast goose? How long did it take?" 1.5 spoonfuls. 45 minutes. 1.5 spoonfuls. 45 minutes. The two of them almost said at the same time. "Oh, so it's like that." Little Shuai retracted his head back. "Can you tell by asking like that?" Dragon Vine asked curiously. "No, I'm just asking. This way, I can make my own roast goose next time." "Damn it. You still want to eat at a time like this?" Dragon Vine cursed. "Actually, it's useless no matter what they say. That kind of voodoo technique can turn a person into two. This way, they will have the same memories, so it's useless to ask. However, although their bodies feel the same, one of them is still wooden in nature. It's just that it's covered by the voodoo technique, just like Old Man Zhao just now." "Muyu, do you understand what I mean?" Little Shuai said. "I'm planning to do that." Muyu's gaze focused. Suddenly, countless branches rose from under the two old men's shoes' feet. The branches grew extremely fast and instantly wrapped around Old Man Shu's body. A strong aura of death instantly invaded Old Man Shu's body. The two old men Shu screamed in fear. However, the eyes of the Old Man Shu on the right gradually dimmed. A gust of yin qi suddenly rose from his body and wrapped around him. As for the Old Man Shu on the left, he was already brought to Mu Yu's side by the branches. The red rope around his neck rose up and wanted to grab Old Man Shu's head, but it was smashed by Mu Yu's palm. "Great, Lord Mu Yu, you didn't recognize the wrong person. You didn't recognize the wrong person," Old Man Shu said excitedly. He touched his neck, which was still dark red. Mu Yu's hand swept across Old Man Shu's neck. A cool aura covered Old Man Shu's neck. "Old man, don't move first. Dragon Vine, protect him." Mu Yu's hand transformed into runes. A golden rune surged out from his hand and surrounded Old Man Shu. "Okay." Dragon Vine's small figure flashed and landed on Old Man Shu's shoulder. A deep voice resounded in Old Man Shu's ears. Old Man Shu was shocked and asked softly, "Who's talking?" "Lord Mu Yu, who is Dragon Vine?" "It's me." Dragon Vine swung his tail on Old Man Shu's shoulder and patted Old Man Shu's face with his tail. Old Man Shu turned his head and was shocked. He shouted in panic, "Ah, there's a snake. There's a snake." Little Shuai immediately laughed. "It's not a snake, it's a big earthworm." "Snake your sister. I'm a dragon." Dragon Vine roared angrily. His body immediately grew bigger and surrounded Old Man Shu. The huge dragon head extended in front of Old Man Shu and roared in a voice that Old Man Shu could understand. "If you say I'm a snake again, do you believe that I'll eat you? You, call me Grandpa Dragon." "Grandpa Dragon, Grandpa Dragon, Grandpa Dragon." Old Man Shu's mouth was wide open. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He was stunned by the dragon head, but his mouth kept muttering, "Grandpa Dragon. I, Grandpa Dragon, will personally protect you. Are you touched?" Dragon Vine was very satisfied that Old Man Shu was stunned by him. In Dragon Vine's eyes, his dragon body was very majestic. "I don't dare to move, I don't dare to move, I don't dare to move, I don't dare to move," Old Man Shu quickly said. Dragon Vine's forehead straightened 3 lines. Mu Yu held the shadow clone sword and rushed into the darkness. The sword light scattered and instantly chopped towards a rock in the air. Ding! A black shadow slid away from the rock and flew up like a loach. His body suddenly lit up with a red light. However, the yin qi still enveloped his body, making it impossible to see what he looked like. "You're too ugly to show your true face." Mu Yu coldly confronted this ghost shadow. "What a powerful plant. I don't remember such a powerful plant in the 3rd layer of heaven. It can even melt my yin qi." The ghost shadow looked at the strange plants on the surrounding rock walls. The plants seemed to have a strange power that slowly melted the ice on the rock walls. "There are many things that you don't know." Mu Yu lightly tapped the formation under his feet. His entire body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the ghost shadow. Suddenly, a crimson-red hook appeared from the ghostly shadow and blocked Mu Yu's shadow sword. At the same time, a crimson-red spiritual force came from the hook, exuding a rotten smell, and swept towards the shadow sword. The sword chi in Mu Yu's hand shook and instantly dispersed the red spiritual power. Peng! Mu Yu's figure constantly disappeared and reappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had already exchanged more than 100 blows with the ghost shadow. However, the ghost shadow's cultivation was not weaker than Mu Yu. He was not afraid of Mu Yu's sword chi. He was not even afraid of the tree branches that occasionally attacked him. Little brat, I still haven't recovered my strength. Otherwise, do you think you can live until now? The ghost shadow coldly said. You haven't recovered your strength. Then what does that have to do with me? Do you want me to wait for you to recover before fighting? You want to talk about principles when fighting? Are you an idiot? The sword in Mu Yu's hand did not show any mercy. Thousands of sword shadows were like endless waves. They layered on top of each other and each layer was stronger than the last. Mu Yu, let's roast the ghost shadow together, Little Shuai shouted. Chapter 582. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This bastard cut my sword into another section. My 5 thunders are at most one more. Little Commander counted with his hands. Little Commander's big sword was cut into 6 sections by the red hook, but it did not disappear immediately. It still maintained the appearance of a broken sword, and the sword was still composed of pure electric sparks. Then I'll blow him up one more time. Mu Yu appeared above the 6 sections of the broken sword, and the runes in his hands quickly intertwined. Black and white inscriptions appeared from his hands from time to time and merged into the 6 sections of the broken sword. The 6 sections of the broken sword were instantly wrapped into 6 balls of blue electric sparks, and they kept collapsing. The originally basin-sized broken sword was shrunk by Mu Yu's runes, and in the end, only 6 thumb-sized blue beads were left. Although the blue beads were small, they kept bursting with blue flames, and they contained a terrifying power. The majestic lightning spiritual energy was forcibly compressed by Mu Yu's runes to such a small extent, and the spiritual energy inside it had already undergone a qualitative change, and it could not wait to burst out. Little Commander's 5 thunders. Little Commander shouted with great momentum. Mu Yu's array technique was completely inspired by Little Commander and Dragon Vine. Just a while ago, Little Commander had been blown up by his own 5 thunders. At that time, because Mu Yu had used this array technique for the first time, he did not have a good grasp of its power, and as a result, he suppressed it too much, causing it to explode. However, after Mu Yu pondered for a long time, he gradually figured out the appropriate amount. The blue lightning bead instantly disappeared into the void, and with a majestic momentum, it fell towards Ghost Shadow. The surrounding air was compressed by it, and even the yin energy on Ghost Shadow's body was instantly pulled away. Ghost Shadow wanted to dodge, but the blue lightning bead had already exploded, and the terrifying electric sparks exploded, forming a blue curtain that enveloped Ghost Shadow. Boom! The explosion resounded throughout the entire chaotic burial valley, and it reverberated in the valley for a long time. Electric sparks sputtered everywhere, and all the yin energy was blown away. Compete. You want to deal with me like this? You're too inexperienced. The strong explosion did not hurt Ghost Shadow, but his voice was very irritable. Obviously, the lightning still affected him, and it made him very angry. After eating this one, there are still 5 more. Unknowingly, Gui Ying's body had been surrounded by 5 lightning pearls. Before he could even react, a powerful explosion once again blasted towards Gui Ying. The powerful lightning force instantly engulfed Gui Ying. Countless bolts of lightning flew rapidly, shattering the yin qi on Ghost Shadow's body. As the yin qi disappeared, a human figure slowly appeared. When Mu Yu saw this figure, he was stunned. He thought that the person in the Ghost Shadow must be too ugly and had a ferocious expression, so he didn't dare to show his face. However, He never expected that the person in front of him wasn't a person with protruding eyes and a slanted nose. Instead, it was a devastatingly beautiful woman. She was wearing a black veil, and her figure was curvaceous, causing people to admire her. This woman had a very strange aura, which made people feel an indescribable sense of intimacy. Wow! Why did my five-blow thunderstruck bring out such a beautiful big sister? Little Handsome's eyes were straight, and at the same time, his eyes fiercely glanced at the black-clothed woman's chest. He then stretched out his little claws and clenched them in the air twice, laughing foolishly. Maybe the way we struck her was not right. Mu Yu blinked his eyes in amazement, and also felt that it was very strange. In such a strange place like chaotic Burial Valley, such a gorgeous woman appeared, and she seemed to be out of place with the surroundings. It was really rare. All of you, leave your lives behind, the black-clothed woman gloomily said. Ah! Why is your voice so unpleasant? Mu Yu and Little Handsome looked at each other, and saw the disappointment in each other's eyes. The black-clothed woman's voice was very rough, and it didn't sound like a woman's voice at all. It was more like an emotionless demon beast, a bit like a male duck quacking, and a bit like nails scratching the wall. Such a pity for such a beautiful big sister, and such an unpleasant voice. Her breasts are so big, like dough, I want to pinch them. Little Handsome muttered. Pinch your balls. Hurry up and kill her, so she won't come out and harm people again. Mu Yu didn't think that this black-clothed woman was a good person. Her aura didn't belong to someone from the gate of hell, and she also wasn't some kind of demon beast. Mu Yu had never seen someone like her before. However, this fellow was able to do such a heinous thing, so Mu Yu had to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The shadow sword in his hand once again surged with tyrannical sword chi, and the insufferably arrogant lightning once again came from his sword. Yes, pinch her 2 balls, they're so big. Little Handsome wiped his saliva, and then raised his little claws towards the sky, and a large blue sword appeared in his hand once again. The black-robed woman held a long red hook in her hands. Then, the hooks swept towards Mu Yu from both sides in a bewitching manner. Mu Yu fearlessly met the attack, and the violent sword chi instantly struck the hook. Blue and red light intertwined in the entire Massgrave Valley. The lightning struck the stone wall, and this time, the ice on the stone wall couldn't reflect Mu Yu's sword chi. Lightning seemed to be the nemesis of this ice, and ice shards instantly flew everywhere. However, what was strange was that the stone wall didn't shatter. The black-clothed woman's red hook exchanged more than 1,000 blows with Mu Yu, and at the same time, she was able to free up her hands to deal with Little Handsome's lightning sword. She was able to easily deal with Mu Yu and Little Handsome by herself. Those strange hooks didn't fear Mu Yu's sword chi. The 2 sides were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Mu Yu, do you need my help? Long Ting yelled from afar. No need, Little Handsome, and I will take care of her. Countless runes shot out from Mu Yu's body, and rushed towards the surrounding stone walls. In an instant, they disappeared into the stone walls. This is not a place where you can come. The black-clothed woman shouted, and the entire Massgrave Valley suddenly became restless. Then, a huge rumbling sound came from an unknown place. It was like the sound of rolling thunder, or the sound of thousands of mountains collapsing. It was like the sound of the coffin falling down. It's coming, that's the sound. The King of Hell is going to open the gate of hell, Old Shu suddenly shouted in panic. Mu Yu listened carefully, and the sound became more and more obvious. It wasn't thunder, it was more like the sound of mountains, rivers, and flood. Splash. Suddenly, the sound of water splashing came from the corner of the valley. Then, Mu Yu saw a shocking scene. A yellow flood rushed towards them, as if it wanted to swallow everything in the Massgrave Valley. In an instant, the bottom of the valley was flooded, and it swept towards Mu Yu. Dragon Vine, quickly take this old man away, Mu Yu shouted. He himself fell into the wind heart-linking array. Little Shuai withdrew his sword and jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder. Old Shu looked at the unceasing flood in horror. Then, he felt something tighten around his waist, and his whole body was thrown into the sky, and then fell on something. He looked carefully, And he was actually riding on Dragon Vine's back. "Hold on to me, I don't care if you fall." Dragon Vine coldly snorted. Old Shoe quickly hugged Dragon Vine's neck, and Dragon Vine carried him into the sky, rushing towards the top of the mass grave valley. "Want to run? It's not that easy." The black-clothed woman sneered, and the flood instantly rolled up huge waves, which turned into ghost claws and rushed towards Muyu and Dragon Vine. Under the illumination of the swordlight, one could clearly see that there were countless coffin boards and wood shavings in the flood, as well as some tattered black shrouds, and countless eerie white bones. These were the people who were sent into the mass grave valley. Damn, I was wondering why the bottom of the valley was so clean. So those dead people were all swept away by the flood. Muyu looked at the skeletons in the flood in disbelief, and his heart was extremely shocked. Who would have thought that the flood would sweep away all the dead people? This is the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs road of the underworld. Heavens, could it be that I'm already dead? Old Shoe was scared out of his wits, and his face was pale. He firmly held onto Dragon Vine's scales, afraid that he would fall and be swept away by the Yellow Springs, and become one of the skeletons. Muyu flashed to Old Shoe's side, and grabbed Dragon Vine's body. The runes under his feet flashed, and the Big Dipper constellation array had already brought him to the top of the mass grave valley. But just as he appeared, the overwhelming flood poured down on him, and countless skeletons turned into terrifying giant hands, wanting to grab Muyu. Muyu could only teleport away again. Where did this flood come from? We didn't see any gap in the mass grave valley. Little Shuai shouted. Muyu also felt that it was strange, but now was not the time to ask. He kept teleporting, and at the same time, covered Dragon Vine's huge body with his spiritual energy, so that it would not be contaminated by the Yellow Springs. The flood emitted a sour smell, and came with an unstoppable momentum. But Muyu still broke through the obstruction of the flood, and finally rushed out of the mass grave valley, and stopped above the mass grave valley. The flood had already completely submerged the entire mass grave valley, and the waves kept hitting the edge of the mass grave valley. Then, the skeletons in the flood began to gather, forming a huge bone palm, and the black-clothed woman stood on top of this bone palm, coldly looking at Muyu. Under the moonlight, the mass grave valley looked very strange. The bottomless pit of the dead was suddenly filled with flood, and the skeletons of the dead seemed to have a consciousness, and they were still trembling. The skulls floated to the surface of the water, and they all turned to look at Muyu. Some of the skulls' faces were not completely rotten, and there was disgusting hair. The most chilling thing was that the eye sockets of these skulls were shining with a demonic red light, like a red flame, but it was not extinguished by the flood. "Do you think you can escape?" The black-clothed woman's voice was very unpleasant to hear. She stood on the bone palm, and the long hook in her hand looked very demonic under the moonlight. 4 coffins appeared around the mass grave valley, and they surrounded Muyu. The 4 coffins were shining with a red light, and each coffin was connected by a red light. In the middle of the light, there were skulls, and they were jumping on the light. The lids of the 4 coffins slowly opened, and Chen Erzuang's 4 assistants slowly stood up from the coffins. Their eye sockets were also flickering with a demonic red light. Chen Erzuang was standing behind the black-clothed woman, and he silently looked at Muyu. "To be honest, if you don't talk, it's not bad." Little Shuai muttered. "Where the hell did you come from?" Muyu really could not treat the black-clothed woman in front of him as a human, because the things that had happened in the past 2 days were too strange. The hanging wooden man, the brainless old Master Zhao, and this woman who looked graceful but had an unpleasant voice. Chapter 583. The Yellow Springs surged as it slapped against the jagged edges of Mass Burial Valley. The splashes of water were mixed with wood shavings and broken bones, but not a single drop of water flowed out of Mass Burial Valley. All of them fell back into Mass Burial Valley. "Me? Ha ha ha. You don't have to care who I am. You only need to remember that I am Akatsuki, your god," the black-clothed woman said coldly. "God? You must be crazy." Dragon Vine curled its lips. "Akatsuki? But you are wearing black clothes." Little Shuai said in surprise. Akatsuki, is she a yin soldier of the underworld? Is the hook in her hand used to steal souls? Old Shu asked in fear as he stood on Dragonvine's neck. Who cares if she is a red or black ghost? If she wants to steal souls here, I'll cut her down first. The shadow clone sword in Mu Yu's hand glowed with a green light as a sharp sword beam shot out, heading straight for Akatsuki. However, a sinister stream of water rose up from the yellow springs, blocking in front of Mu Yu. Mu Yu's sword beam was fierce and overbearing, instantly splitting the stream of water in front of him. However, at this moment, the 4 coffins suddenly glowed with a crimson light and soared into the sky. Countless skeletons jumped out of the yellow springs, condensing into skeletons in the air. These skeletons emitted a demonic crimson light. Each skeleton stood on the surface of the yellow springs and slowly wrapped around Mu Yu. I kind of miss Desert Eagle's yin corpse formation, Little Shuai said with some nostalgia. Little Shuai said with nostalgia. Back then, it had controlled the yin corpse formation and happily danced for a while. It had also played many messy games while it was at it. The yin corpse formation looks much cuter than these disgusting things, Mu Yu said. His sword chi was already high up in the air. Violent sword shadows flashed and interweaved among the skeletons. In an instant, all of the skeletons were shattered. Bones were scattered all over the sky. However, the water of the yellow spring spurted out countless water pillars. More skeletons crawled out from the yellow spring. Why don't we control these bones and see if we can influence them and teach them to dance? Little Shuai suggested. Dead things were the most obedient in front of Mu Ling. The black branches instantly bloomed endlessly, and the green leaves turned into shadows that filled the sky and flew towards the skeleton. Countless leaves floated into the gaps between the bones of the skeleton, and each leaf sprouted new branches, and the roots covered the entire skeleton in a bustling manner. However, these skeletons were still struggling, tearing at the leaves on their bodies, trying to break free. Mu Ling had no way to control them. This is my yellow spring's spirit weapon, how can you control it? Akatsuki said with contempt. It really is the yellow springs. Don't tell me you're really from the underworld. Even more yellow springs transformed into gigantic hands and slapped down on Mu Yu. Mu Yu's sword energy struck the yellow springs, causing them to tremble. However, the yellow springs showed no signs of dissipating. This yellow springs flood was very strange, it carried a pungent corrosive smell, causing Mu Yu to feel very uncomfortable. Mu Ling can't control it. Strange, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any dead things that the underworld grass can't control. Oh, I understand what this yellow springs is. Little Shuai rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully. What is it? Corpse water. Little Shuai spat out these 2 words in disgust. You can't be saying that this flood is all the decaying corpse water of the dead, right? Mu Yu's expression was very strange. Then how many people had to die, and how long had it taken to collect such a torrential spring water? Then he remembered that over the years, tens of thousands of dead people had already gathered in disorderly Burial Valley. It didn't seem that difficult to obtain. Anyway, the skeletons of the dead aren't considered dead when soaked in this water. Their souls are all imprisoned in the yellow springs corpse water. They aren't purely dead things, but half-dead things. That's why Mu Ling can't take them down. Little Shuai said. Little Shuai's expression was still a little regretful. It had originally thought about what kind of dance to teach these skeletons later. Then how do we stop this disgusting yellow springs corpse water? Mu Yu occasionally dodged the torrential yellow springs water that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. At the same time, he also had to pay attention to not be contaminated by the ghost claws. The powerful sword chi in his hand could only temporarily push back the corpse water, it couldn't destroy it. I don't know. Hey, be careful. Chen Erzuang's 4 workers suddenly rushed over while stepping on the coffin. The scarlet whips in their hands were like venomous snakes, they lashed towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu's sword chi intertwined with their whips, creating a crisp sound of collision. However, there wasn't any damage, it only sent the 4 workers flying. But very quickly, tentacles emerged from the yellow springs corpse water and stabilized their bodies, sending them back to the coffin. The coffin lit up with a scarlet radiance that surged into the 4 workers' bodies. The aura of the 4 workers became even stronger. While the Yellow Springs corpse water and Chen Erzhuang's 4 workers rushed over, Akatsuki sat cross-legged on the bone palm. Countless yin qi surged out from the Yellow Springs corpse water and poured into Akatsuki's body. Chen Erzhuang stood behind him with his head lowered. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. However, countless yin qi surged out from his body and was absorbed by Akatsuki. At this moment, many shadows suddenly appeared on the road leading up from the disorderly burial valley. An old woman led 7 people and slowly walked up from the mountain path to the disorderly burial valley. Ah! Isn't that Xinghua's mother who was just buried yesterday? Why is Xinghua following behind her? And her child? Old Shu jumped in fright. Mu Yu also frowned because he realized that the people behind the old woman had already lost their vitality. They were already 7 dead people. Among them, there was even a boy and a girl. Their lives were actually taken away, taking away the lives of people who died of natural causes. What a vicious method. Mu Yu felt a burst of anger in his heart. He didn't expect that this Akatsuki wouldn't even let the children off. However, the old woman had already jumped into the Yellow Springs corpse water with her family and stood firmly on top of the Yellow Springs corpse water. Following that, 10 coffins suddenly floated out from the surrounding Yellow Springs corpse water. From each coffin, people wearing burial clothes slowly crawled out. Their bodies were soaked in the Yellow Springs corpse water and became swollen and rotten. Upon closer inspection, these people were all old men and old women. They were the villagers who had just died not long ago. Many of them were secretly dug out by Chen Erzhuang from the ground. These dead people stepped on the Yellow Springs corpse water but they didn't sink. All of them looked at Akatsuki with lifeless eyes. Akatsuki's long hook suddenly became like a thin snake. It coiled around the necks of every dead person. Following that, the 2 thin hooks on the long hook bit down on their neck. Mu Yu looked at the dead people that floated out from the Yellow Springs corpse water in astonishment. He suddenly understood how the wound on Patriarch Zhao's neck came about. It was the same as these people. It was also caused by this strange scarlet-red long hook. At this moment, the other end of the strange scarlet-red long hook was stuck on Akatsuki's body. From time to time, white things would be transmitted into Akatsuki's body from the long hook. Isn't that old Nyo from the neighboring village? And that's Xu Enyang who died 2 months ago. How did they all come back to life? Old man Xu looked at the dead people standing on the Yellow Springs corpse water in horror. This woman is eating the brains of these dead people. The brains of these dead people can make her stronger. Xiao Shuai said with disgust. Mu Yu frowned. He didn't expect to see such a disgusting thing like eating human brains here. What? Eating human brains? Ugh. Old man Shu was already vomiting at the side. He vomited so much that his face was pale. To a small villager like him, this was too shocking. Be careful. Don't vomit on me. Long Ting shook her body. Long Ting, take care of uncle. I'm going to kill that brain-eating pervert. Mu Yu's feet flashed. The formation patterns brought him away. Chapter 584. Are you crazy? If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you screaming like a ghost? You scared me. Little Shuai cursed loudly. Mu Yu stared at Akatsuki. He didn't expect that his most powerful 9-9-to-1 sword technique would not be able to take down this abnormal woman so easily. The opponent's strength was beyond Mu Yu's imagination. Lowly humans, you dare to hurt our great moon god. You deserve to die. Akatsuki's voice was very sharp, and her face was very distorted. Then, her body began to change shape under the moonlight. At this time, Akatsuki no longer looked like a human. Her beautiful body's joints crackled. Then, many ugly dark red scales grew all over her body, reflecting the cold moonlight. It was very strange. Why is this guy more narcissistic than you, little Shuai? Isn't it ashamed? Mu Yu stared at the guy with disgust. That's right. I don't even dare to call myself great. This guy is really shameless. It's not a shifter. How can it change shape? Little Shuai muttered curiously. Akatsuki's body was no longer curvaceous. Instead, it became very bloated, as if it had been soaked in corpse water for a long time. A pair of red wings even grew out of her back. There was not a single hair on the wings, and the edges were covered with dark red scales. They were purely fleshy wings, and they were fat. Especially that face, it was completely distorted, as if it had been scalded by boiling water. It became incomparably red, and there were even red feathers growing out of it. It was as if the feathers on the wings had grown to the face. It was very strange. This guy's mouth was thin and long, like a crack. It didn't look like it had lips. The originally devastatingly beautiful Akatsuki had turned into a funny and ugly monster in the blink of an eye. Aya. So her two big peaks were also fake. Little Shuai looked at Akatsuki's chest with slight regret. There were two horns there. At this time, one of the horns had been cut off by Mu Yu, leaving only one protruding, shining with a cold light. From its voice, I can tell that this thing is definitely ugly. How can a beautiful woman's voice be so unpleasant to the ears? Mu Yu felt that a monster that could cause trouble in a place like Mass Burial Valley was definitely not a good person. What do you think it looks like? The people of the demon race were not that ugly. Also, I don't recognize this demonic beast. Xiao Shuai looked at the monster for a long time but still couldn't recognize it. Little Shuai was proficient in the language of all demonic beasts, so he naturally knew many demonic beasts. However, he had never seen such an ugly demonic beast. Mu Yu had never seen such an ugly monster before, but it wasn't his first time dealing with the demon race. The demon race had a special demonic power, but this ugly monster didn't have it at all. Who cares what it is? Let's kill it first. Mu Yu raised his shadow clone sword and sent out a stream of sword chi. The cyan sword light rose from the ground once again. However, Akatsuki's fleshy wings flapped forcefully, creating a gust of wind. Her entire body rapidly retreated. Cultivator, you deserve to die. Akatsuki's body flashed. She angrily stretched out her scaly hand and stroked the broken horn on her chest. Her eyes revealed a painful expression. Clearly, the broken horn had caused her to be seriously injured. Swish, swish. Akatsuki's body kept surging. Following that, countless sword chi suddenly burst out from her body and shot out, dissipating in the air. It was none other than the sword chi that had invaded Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu had actually forced it out. Mu Yu knew that his sword chi had affected her, so he didn't hesitate any longer. The wind heart-linking array appeared beside him once again. Xiao Shuai had already jumped into the array. A blue light shone from Xiao Shuai's body. Following that, a shadow suddenly shot over and landed in the array. It was Long Ting. Where's Uncle? Mu Yu asked. I told him to stay here and not move. Long Ting stretched out her dragon claw and pointed at a large rock in the distance. At this moment, Old Shu was peeking his head out in horror. He was clearly afraid of the situation here, but he couldn't help but want to take a look. Uncle, hide yourself well, Mu Yu shouted. Old Shu hurriedly nodded his head and retracted his head, revealing half of his face. He didn't want to miss this battle. After all, he could go back and brag about it for many years to see an immortal master in action. Big earthworm, you came at the right time. Let's cut off this ugly thing's wings together. Xiao Shuai had one hand on his waist, while the other hand was already holding a huge sword. The huge sword began to peel off the lightning in the air, causing all the white hair on his body to stand up. Why do you want to cut off its wings? Long Teng's claw stomped, and Mu Yu's shadow sword shot out. It evolved into the shape of Long Xiaotian's sword and was instantly swallowed by Long Teng. Long Teng's entire body became like a huge sword made of spiritual power and landed beside Xiao Shuai. Look at those meaty wings. They must be delicious when roasted, Xiao Shuai said with shining eyes. At the same time, he wiped his saliva with one hand. F*ck, how can you even eat such a disgusting thing? It came out of the yellow spring corpse water. Long Teng's body exploded with powerful sword intent. He resisted the urge to stab Xiao Shuai. I feel that those wings can be cooked into the taste of braised pork ribs. It tastes the same as the meat birds in the mountains. Last time, I cooked the meat birds into the taste of braised pork ribs. Really? Braised pork ribs? Then I want to try it too. Long Ting loved Xiao Shuai's braised pork ribs the most. Just a moment ago, he was still complaining about Xiao Shuai's heavy taste. In the blink of an eye, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. Aren't you too afraid of getting a stomachache from eating that? Can't you just happily beat him to death? Wouldn't it be better for us to catch a meat bird to eat? Mu Yu looked at the two weirdos beside him with a headache. Not only was there a lot of nonsense in a fight, but they could also talk about food. The two of them could actually eat such disgusting things. He really didn't know what was wrong with them. While they were discussing the roasted pork ribs, Akatsuki had already rushed over. The remaining horn on its chest emitted a dazzling red light. Then, the red light shot out as if it could tear through the void. The power it contained was not to be underestimated. Braised pork ribs. Long Teng roared. His entire body had already rushed towards the red light. A dragon's breath shot out from his mouth, turning into thousands of sharp green sword shadows. All of a sudden, the red light was completely covered. However, the red light strangely emerged from the sky full of sword shadows. At the same time, the yellow spring corpse water surged up violently, swallowing all of the sword shadows formed by Long Teng. Spicy roasted pork ribs. Xiao Shuai also roared. Then, the heavenly sword in his hand flickered with blue light as he fiercely slashed towards Akatsuki in the distance. His heavenly sword carried an unparalleled majestic lightning. The lightning surged as if it could repel thousands of evil spirits. When the yellow spring corpse water encountered the lightning, it seemed to deliberately avoid it, not daring to face it head-on. This yellow spring corpse water was indeed afraid of lightning. However, Akatsuki itself was not afraid of lightning. Its red light flashed and rushed in front of Mu Yu. Suddenly, it exploded. Thousands of dazzling red lights flashed, turning into thousands of thin threads that wrapped around Mu Yu. Mu Yu's sword chi crisscrossed, instantly destroying all of the spiderweb-like red threads. Akatsuki had already rushed forward. The long horn on its chest turned into a sharp weapon and headed towards Mu Yu's face. If you were to head towards me like that, I would have let you head it. Mu Yu muttered, but his hands did not slow down. The shadow clone sword blocked in front of his chest. The violent sword chi once again clashed with the horn, repelling Akatsuki. At the same time, Mu Yu's aura rose again. The shadow clone sword split into 9, and the sharp sword aura once again split into 9. Akatsuki did not dare to underestimate Mu Yu's sword. Its horn was a powerful weapon, but it was actually shattered by Mu Yu's unstoppable sword. Therefore, it had to be careful and not let the rest of its horn be destroyed. The yellow spring corpse water surged forward. Dried bones and wood chips wandered in the corpse water. Akatsuki controlled it in its hand and turned it into a thick shield. On top of it, there was a skull with red light emitting from its eye sockets. The shield was very heavy, and its entire body was yellow in color. It was condensed from the eerie corpse water, and its degree of toughness had long surpassed everything. At the same time, Mu Yu's hand once again thrusted out a simple sword. One sword turned into a myriad of illusions, and the myriad of illusions was only one sword. The terrifying sword intent poured down in torrents. The grand Tao was simple, and the sword intent overflowed to the sky, unparalleled. The sword light rose from the ground and minced all the spirit energy in the surroundings. Cracks even appeared in the void. The unparalleled heavenly sword pierced through the shield formed from the yellow spring corpse water. Catcher. The indestructible corpse water shield suddenly had a crack. Akatsuki's pupils shrank. Its entire body retreated, and the shield was instantly shattered into pieces. Mu Yu's sword slammed into the yellow spring corpse water and evaporated a large amount of it. Boom! The chaotic burial valley could no longer withstand this degree of destruction from the sword energy. The ground cracked, and rocks flew everywhere. The gap in the chaotic burial valley became even larger. Muyu gasped for breath. Using 9x9 to 1 twice in a row had consumed a large amount of his spirit energy. At this moment, the black and white spirit energy in his body was rapidly circulating, and it was far from enough. It was likely that Muyu would have to wait for several hours before he could use 9x9 to 1 for the third time. Exhausted. Then it's my turn. Akatsuki suddenly opened its long and narrow mouth. No one would have thought that its mouth, which was originally only a small slit, would open up to the size of a python's mouth. A terrifying suction force came from its mouth. The surrounding rocks were all sucked into its mouth. What was even more frightening was that the yellow spring corpse water turned into a column of water and poured into its mouth. This ugly monster was actually drinking the yellow spring corpse water. Ugh! Little Shuai and Long Ting both retched. Muyu also felt that this guy was really abnormal. It even drank the yellow spring corpse water. However, after Akatsuki drank the yellow spring corpse water, its aura became stronger and stronger. It even faintly surpassed the severed soul stage and seemed to be on the verge of reaching the body fusion stage. Not good, we can't let it suck. Stop it. Muyu shouted. Akatsuki's stomach became bigger and bigger. Then, it stopped sucking and burped. The rotten corpse energy was like a sharp sword that splashed out. Before the runes under Muyu's feet could flash, the yellow corpse energy had already splashed onto his body and sent him flying. Little Shuai and Long Ting were directly swallowed by the yellow spring corpse water and disappeared from the chaotic burial valley. Little Shuai, Long Ting, are you two okay? Muyu shouted. His body was splashed with disgusting things. Just as he was about to use his spiritual power to clean it up, his expression suddenly changed. This was because the yellow spring corpse water had directly sucked away all the spiritual power in his body. The moment he used his spiritual power, it immediately disappeared. This strange and disgusting yellow spring corpse water also had the effect of restraining spiritual power. Muyu looked at the sticky corpse water on his hand and discovered that even the spiritual power to maintain flight had been swallowed. His entire body immediately fell into the yellow spring corpse water in the chaotic burial valley. You can't fly anymore? Then go to hell. Akatsuki's figure was very fast. The horn in front of its chest immediately pressed against Muyu's chest. Muyu was slightly startled. The sharp horn scraped past his shoulder and left a shocking wound on his shoulder. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. That's not all. Akatsuki kicked Muyu's back and kicked him into the yellow spring corpse water. The yellow spring corpse water was turbulent. The monstrous waves rolled and formed a giant skull. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Muyu. Chapter 585. Akatsuki sneered as it watched Muyu being submerged in the yellow spring corpse water. The surging corpse water continued to churn as if it was being boiled. The corpse water of a cultivator is definitely much stronger than these mortals. Unfortunately, only the souls of those who died naturally are the purest. Otherwise, this brat's soul would be a great tonic. Akatsuki's slender mouth stretched out a scarlet tongue as it licked its lips. It turned its head to look at the night sky. After fighting with Muyu for half the night, the sky was gradually brightening up. The horizon revealed the white of the fish belly, and the moon was gradually fading away. Chen Erzhuang had already been killed by Muyu, but his 4 assistants had once again climbed back into the coffins. The coffins floated above the yellow spring corpse water, and the scarlet glow above the coffins had yet to dissipate. What a pity, Chen Erzhuang, who dealt in the dead, was destroyed by that brat. Then who should I find in the future? Akatsuki looked at the 4 coffins and fell into deep thought. In order to collect the souls of those who died naturally, it had painstakingly used the wooden men to accelerate the speed of the villagers' deaths. It also had to do it stealthily to avoid being discovered by the cultivators here. With my current cultivation, if I make too much of a commotion, I'm afraid it will attract trouble. Why aren't the people from the third layer of heaven here to receive me yet? Akatsuki swept its gaze over the distance, and then its gaze fell onto Old Man Shu, who was trembling behind the rock. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Old Man Shu saw Muyu submerged in the yellow spring corpse water and was at a loss of what to do. He leaned his back behind the rock, and his legs had already turned to jelly. He wanted to run, but he couldn't. He could only close his eyes and speak with conviction. I forgot that there was still a living person here. Not killing you just now was the right thing to do. I'll let you take Chen Erzuang's place and obediently collect the dead for me. Keek. Akatsuki lightly stepped on the ground, and the yellow spring corpse water transformed into a withered yellow ghost claw which grabbed towards Old Man Shu. Old Man Shu felt that there was some movement in the air, and he opened his eyes in shock. He just happened to see a withered tree covering the sky, and was immediately scared witless. Ah, don't catch me, Lord Muyu, please save me. I'm not old yet, and I still have dogs, ducks, and hens to feed. I don't want to die. Old Man Shu hugged his head and shouted in panic. He regretted that he chose to watch the show instead of running away. In the end, his damn curiosity cost him his life. At this moment, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. 5 thunders. Braised pork ribs. Spicy chicken wings. Just as the withered yellow ghost claw was about to grab Old Shu, blue lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, and suddenly struck the ghost claw. The ghost claw formed from the corpse water of the underworld was instantly struck by the tyrannical lightning and turned into a pile of black fragments, dissipating in the air. A huge whirlpool was formed in the middle of the boiling yellow springs corpse water. 3 shadows soared into the sky from the yellow springs corpse water. One of the small shadows was holding a huge blue sword that was dozens of times larger than itself. It kept swinging it around. The blue lightning came from its sword chi. When the sword chi struck the yellow springs corpse water, the yellow springs corpse water would emit scorched smoke. Can the two of you not be so disgusting? Can't you just shout the slogan 5 thunders? Muyu frowned in disdain. The two of them were just fighting, yet they were shouting the names of dishes. The 3 of them were clean. The yellow springs corpse water that they were stained with had already been removed by him. How is this possible? You clearly fell into my yellow springs. You should have been corroded by the yellow springs corpse water. How can the 3 of you be safe and sound? Akatsuki was furious. It didn't understand how the 3 of them were still alive and kicking. Because our skin is thick. Little Shuai proudly blurted out. Thick skin your sister. I am a very decent youth with 3 virtues and 4 virtues. My skin is thin. Muyu couldn't help but curse. Then, he revealed a mocking expression. I say, flesh-winged horned monster, you are the one who controls the yellow springs corpse water, but you don't even know the situation in the yellow springs corpse water. Are you stupid? The yellow springs corpse water was indeed very corrosive. Even if a body fusion cultivator was stained with so much corpse water, they would be finished if they didn't have special magic treasures. After all, the yellow springs corpse water would suck away the spiritual energy in the cultivator's body, making the spiritual energy unable to protect the cultivator's body. Without the protection of spiritual energy, the cultivator was no different from a mortal. However, the Mu Ling in Muyu's hand was extraordinary. It directly sucked him in. This Mu Ling was something that even the terrifying pressure of the heaven and earth barrier couldn't do anything to it. This mere corpse water was still too weak. As for little Shuai's thick skin, there was no need to talk about it. Even if it was marinated in the yellow springs corpse water for a few hundred years, it still wouldn't shed a single hair. As for the dragon vine, it relied on its fusion with the sword chi to forcefully block all the yellow springs corpse water. It was pulled into the Mu Ling by Muyu in time. This fellow isn't afraid of electricity, but its corpse water is. Let's help these resentful souls find peace. Muyu said solemnly. A large part of the Akatsuki's power came from this disgusting yellow springs corpse water. As long as this yellow springs corpse water was dealt with, then the little flesh-winged horned monster wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. The Akatsuki's face revealed a ruthless expression. How could it have thought that the first cultivator it encountered after coming out would be so difficult to deal with? The cultivator's strange techniques were endless, and he even knew how to use lightning that could restrain the Yellow Spring's corpse water. However, it sneered and said, "You want to use lightning to deal with me? You're thinking too much. My Yellow Spring's corpse water is endless. Let's see how you'll finish it with your little lightning." Endless? That's my technique. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He gave a look to Xiao Shuai and Long Ting. The three of them were all in the wind-wind heart-linking array, so they didn't need to speak to know each other's thoughts. Xiao Shuai and Long Ting instantly understood Mu Yu's meaning. Xiao Shuai's heavenly lightning sword was raised high up in the air once again. The tens of thousands of lightning bolts grew in the wind, and a majestic aura instantly poured out. Xiao Shuai's mysterious lightning fall. The huge heavenly lightning sword entered the clouds. Immediately, the wind blew and the clouds surged. It was unknown when, but pitch-black thunderclouds had already gathered in the sky. Electric sparks rolled and flickered in the thunderclouds. The thunder rumbled continuously, as if a heavy rain was about to fall. Wind, 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 Dragon Ting howls to the sky. Long Teng's entire body was filled with sword aura. Its body became incomparably huge. The majestic dragon shadow mixed with a majestic aura turned into a tyrannical sword aura and flew towards the thunderclouds in the sky. Hiss! The bucket-thick thunderbolt seemed to have been provoked by Long Ting. It suddenly struck towards Long Ting. The brilliant heavenly might was insufferably arrogant. Its aura was like a rainbow, as if it wanted to uphold justice in the world. Meanwhile, the dragon vine spun in a straight line. The sword energy on its body was transformed into a sharp whirlpool. It opened its enormous dragon mouth and swallowed the bucket-sized thunderbolt in an instant. Long Teng's entire body was filled with endless lightning sparks. The aura on its body became stronger and stronger, as if it had reached a certain critical point. Then, it opened its mouth again, and a blue breath with terrifying lightning shot out. Below, Mu Yu's body was already covered by black and white inscriptions. The inscriptions were intertwined in the formation patterns. When Long Teng's breath blasted out, the black and white inscriptions had already shrouded the dragon breath. Immediately, the bucket-thick thunderbolt was compressed again. Mu Yu held Long Teng's breath in his hand. The terrifying and majestic thunderbolt power had already turned into a small white ball. It was only as thick as a thumb. However, the air around Mu Yu's palm seemed to be cut by some sharp blade. Traces of pitch-black cracks appeared. That white ball of thunderbolt was suppressed and wanted to rush out of Mu Yu's restraint. "I will let your Yellow Spring corpse water multiply endlessly." Mu Yu had already suppressed the thunderbolt to its limit. After that, he couldn't hold on any longer. He directly smashed it into the torrential Yellow Spring corpse water in Mass Burial Valley. Akatsuki's expression changed drastically. That terrifying thunderbolt made its heart palpitate. It flapped its wings and the horn on its chest turned into a red light. It was like a sharp knife that met the thunderbolt. It had to rely on itself to block this terrifying thunderbolt. Otherwise, more than half of the Yellow Spring corpse water would definitely be destroyed by this thunderbolt. Bang! Boom! The horn on Akatsuki's chest was like an indestructible sharp blade. It easily destroyed the small thunderbolt in an instant. It laughed loudly. "Flashy but impractical. If you have any other small tricks, feel free to use them." However, its expression changed drastically because it felt that something was wrong. The aura that made its heart palpitate did not dissipate because of the disappearance of the thunderbolt. That thunderbolt was still there. "Hey, where are you going? Flesh-winged horned monster?" Mu Yu had unknowingly appeared behind Akatsuki. Not only him, but little Shuai and Long Ting were also dozens of meters behind him. Mu Yu had not thrown out the thunderbolt in his hand. It was an illusion array. Akatsuki was shocked. It was able to set up the mind loss array, which meant that it had a certain understanding of arrays. Mu Yu had used an illusion array to confuse it, making it mistakenly think that the thunderbolt had already been thrown out. Akatsuki immediately turned around and charged at Mu Yu. However, countless Mu figures suddenly appeared around it. Each Mu was holding a terrifying thunderbolt in their hands. They were extremely powerful and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. The illusion array can actually fool me, but it ends here. Akatsuki gritted its teeth and roared. The red light on its body suddenly exploded. It was like 10,000 arrows shooting into the air. Array patterns appeared in the air. Under the impact of the red light, all the array patterns shattered like shattered mirrors. However, what shocked Akatsuki was that there were still 9 Mu figures around it. These 9 Mu were not holding the powerful thunderbolt in their hands. Instead, they were holding the green shadow swords. The thunderbolt was trapped at the tip of the shadow swords. Countless sword chi enveloped the thunderbolt, suppressing it until it was the size of a pea. The 9 shadow swords slashed out together. The thunderbolt was surrounded by sharp sword chi. It carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth as it blasted towards the Yellow Springs corpse water. These 9 thunderbolts entered the Yellow Springs corpse water from 9 different directions. Their speed was so fast that Akatsuki could not catch up. You dare! Akatsuki actually didn't know when Mu laid down such a powerful illusion array. However, the dragon vine in the sky had once again spat out bowl-sized thunderbolts at Akatsuki. Akatsuki simply didn't have the ability to chase after the 9 thunderbolts. The moment the 9 thunderbolts came into contact with the Yellow Springs corpse water, all of the Yellow Springs corpse water suddenly let out terrifying and mournful howls. Next, the 9 thunderbolts instantly exploded. The powerful thunderbolts poured out and formed a blue vortex that stirred up all of the Yellow Springs corpse water. With a hissing sound, all of the Yellow Springs corpse water was covered by lightning. The originally turbulent Yellow Springs corpse water suddenly calmed down. The atmosphere became a little strange. Time seemed to have frozen at that point. The bones and wood chips in the Yellow Spring corpse water stopped floating. Even the red eye sockets of the skulls flashed with blue lightning. The Yellow Springs corpse water seemed to have been dried by the sun. It solidified and became hard. Then, it gradually cracked open like an arid field, revealing shocking cracks. Pa! Pa! Then, it turned into wisps of smoke and exploded violently, causing the entire mass burial valley to tremble violently. Chapter 586. How is this possible? Akatsuki looked in disbelief at the Yellow Springs corpse water that had turned into nothingness. Its face was filled with disbelief. Its Yellow Springs corpse water was refined from the yin energy of countless dead people over the years. Under its control, it was always successful. It was more than enough to fill the entire chaotic burial valley, but such a terrifying Yellow Springs corpse water was actually destroyed by the opponent's lightning ball. The walls of chaotic burial valley flashed with array runes. These array runes shocked it. It actually didn't know when Mu had carved the array runes. Mu jumped up and landed on the edge of chaotic burial valley. The walls under his feet once again flashed with black and white array runes. Before he came to chaotic burial valley at night, he had already laid down array runes at the edge of chaotic burial valley. It was so that he could use it to strengthen his array techniques at any time. Even when he was fighting with Akatsuki at the bottom of the valley, he didn't stay idle. Most of the walls at the bottom of the valley had been carved with array runes. These array runes were all connected together. The core of the array was the chaotic yin and yang in Muyu's body. His array techniques had already reached a superb level. As the leader of the array glyph sect, even if Akatsuki knew array techniques, how could it surpass him in terms of array Dao understanding? The lightning ball just now had borrowed the dragon spirit in Dragon Vine's body. Dragon Vine's normal attacks relied on the dragon spirit to compress and release the spirit energy in its body. This kind of attack was very powerful. Therefore, Muyu thought of letting Little Commander trigger the heavenly lightning. The dragon vines would then swallow and compress the power of the lightning and then spray it out. Finally, Muyu would continue to use the runes to compress the violent power of the lightning. The cooperation between the three of them could be said to be flawless. They had greatly shortened the time needed to compress the lightning, and with the help of Mu Yu's powerful illusory array, they had played Red Moon in the palm of their hands and destroyed its source of power. Damn, it's too uncomfortable. My tongue is numb from the electricity. At this moment, the dragon vine was gritting its teeth. Its mouth was still open, and its tongue was slanted to one side. Just now, it had swallowed all of Xiao Shuai's thunder and lightning, and it had also suffered the impact of the thunder and lightning. Even though it had used Mu Yu's sword energy to resolve it, it was still very uncomfortable from the electricity. Haha, big earthworm, I've long wanted to electrocute you. You look so silly when you stick your tongue out. Little Shuai looked at Dragon Vine, who was stuck out her tongue, and laughed. The giant thunder sword in his hand swayed back and forth. Little rat, do you want to die? Dragon Vine used its claws to pull at its numb tongue and stuffed it back in. Akatsuki's face was filled with anger. It didn't expect that it had underestimated the cultivator in front of it, causing it to suffer such a big loss. The Yellow Springs corpse water that had been collected for many years had been destroyed. You dare to destroy my Yellow Springs corpse water? I'll make you wish you were dead. The Yellow Springs corpse water was only a tool to make Akatsuki stronger, but Akatsuki's original strength was not to be underestimated. Even if it didn't rely on the Yellow Springs corpse water, it wouldn't have been so easily defeated by Mu Yu. Akatsuki let out a cruel laugh. Its giant wings flapped once again, and it turned into an afterimage as it rushed towards Mu Yu. The scarlet light on its body became brighter, and like a stream of light, it streaked across the void. In the blink of an eye, countless afterimages appeared in all directions, attacking Mu Yu from different angles. Mu Yu fearlessly clashed with Akatsuki's attack. The runes and the scarlet light collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The scarlet hook and the cold sword energy clashed, and a violent spiritual energy swept out from the center of the two, reverberating in the sky above chaotic Burial Valley for a long time. Mu Yu felt more and more tired as the fight went on. In the beginning, he had already used up a lot of spiritual energy. Now that he was using a powerful formation, the black and white spiritual energy in his body couldn't cope with it. Akatsuki had been relying on the Yellow Springs corpse water's power. Now that it didn't have the Yellow Springs corpse water, it began to use its true ability. Its consumption was insignificant compared to Mu Yu's. Bang! Mu Yu's speed became slower and slower, and he couldn't block Akatsuki's attack. The only horn on Akatsuki's chest was aimed at Mu Yu's heart. Mu Yu could only forcefully reach out his hand to meet the sharp horn. The powerful impact instantly sent Mu Yu flying. Mu Yu swung his hand. At this moment, his palm was burning with pain. It was almost pierced by the sharp horn. Even if his body was as hard as iron, he couldn't withstand this attack. The other party's horn was not an ordinary item. He was sent flying backwards, his body slanting down the slope of the disorderly Burial Valley. Akatsuki grinned. Its figure appeared above Mu Yu again and smashed down on Mu Yu's forehead. Little Shuai and Dragon Vine wanted to help, but they were entangled by Akatsuki's red light. When they broke free, Akatsuki's horn was only an inch away from Mu Yu's face. Mu Yu used his arms to protect his head. His entire body was blasted to the ground by the powerful impact. Akatsuki's figure fell to the ground again, not giving Mu Yu a chance to catch his breath. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred in the sky. Countless black and white runes suddenly shot up from the ground, turning into a wall of cold light that intertwined with each other, directly trapping Kai Yu. Mu Yu rushed out of the rubble on the ground, gasping for breath. His hands were constantly forming seals. Countless inscriptions merged into the black and white light barrier, stabilizing the formation. Damn, it wasn't easy to lure you here. Before entering chaotic Burial Valley, Mu Yu had set up a trap here just in case. This trap could be called the Spirit Killing Formation. It was a fixed formation that Master Lu had taught him. It used a total of 81 innate formation bases. It was not a joke. Master Lu's residents had set up this formation. At that time, it was used to restrict Sichu Yangtian's performance. Once it was activated, It could prevent the person trapped by the formation from circulating their spiritual power freely for a period of time. Bastard! Akatsuki angrily hit the black and white light barrier. It wanted to rush out, but the spiritual power in its body was severely suppressed. Even if it relied on brute force to break the barrier, it was useless. Politeness demands reciprocity. I'll give it a taste of its own medicine. Muyu snorted. Just now, when he was contaminated by the yellow spring corpse water, the yellow spring corpse water also severely limited his spiritual power. Now, he was just using the same method to deal with this flesh-winged horned monster. Little Shuai and Long Ting had already jumped to Muyu's side. The two guys looked at each other and attacked again. The blue lightning sword and the dragon-shaped sword soared into the sky, nurturing a terrifying power in the air. Spicy barbecue wings. Braised pork ribs. Little Shuai and Long Ting shouted their strange slogan again. Magnificent sword chi slashed down from the sky, fell into the cold light barrier, and fiercely slashed Akatsuki's body. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the sky, shattering the clouds. Akatsuki roared endlessly. It couldn't muster any strength. Little Shuai and Long Teng's sword chi intentionally or unintentionally slashed at the joint between its wings and body, forcibly cutting off its wing. Red blood splattered and gushed out from its back. Bang! Akatsuki smashed into the ground like a dead dog, creating a deep pit in the ground. It struggled to get up from the pit, but its body and mind were unstable, and it almost fell to the ground again. Yay! Little Shuai and Long Teng's sword shadows happily clashed in the air, making clanging sounds to celebrate their victory. They couldn't wait to stare at the pair of fleshy wings. As long as it was a monster, there was nothing it couldn't eat. But after the pair of fleshy wings left Akatsuki's body, it slowly changed shape. With a splash, it turned into a puddle of yellow corpse water, falling from the sky like yellow rain to the ground, then evaporating and disappearing. Are these F*king wings formed by the yellow spring corpse water? Little Shuai cursed loudly. Such a disgusting thing instantly destroyed their appetite. Long Ting also spat and cursed, F*ck, I don't want to eat braised pork ribs anymore. Akatsuki's demonic eyes angrily glared at Muyu. It didn't expect that it would be beaten so badly by a cultivator. Speak, where did you come from, monster? Muyu coldly asked. Akatsuki sneered, stupid guy, do you think I'll tell you? Not speaking? Then I'll do it myself. Muyu's gaze turned cold. Mu Ling turned into a god's soul wood and went around Akatsuki. He had to control this monster from an unknown place first. But at this moment, a cold aura suddenly enveloped Muyu. Muyu's expression changed slightly, and he had already retreated. At this moment, a ghastly sickle ruthlessly slashed at Muyu's spirit-severing array. Bang! The spirit-extinguishing array technique trembled, and all of the array bases shook. However, it still managed to hold on. But what Muyu didn't expect was that another 6 ghastly sickles would slash at the spirit-severing array, directly blasting a huge hole in the spirit-severing array. The 6 sickles and the sickle were all attacks from the Heaven Combining stage. The attacks from 7 Heaven Combining stage cultivators were too strong. Even if Muyu's spirit-severing array was more powerful, it couldn't block it. Brat, I didn't expect you to find this place before us. Gui Han's figure slowly appeared in front of Muyu. His Heaven Combining stage cultivation once again pressed down on Muyu. The spirit-severing array had a hole in it. Akatsuki recovered its spiritual energy and immediately rushed out. But at this moment, it had lost its wings and once again turned into a woman in black. It was just that this woman's chest was still missing. The difference between an ugly monster and a beautiful woman was just a thought. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, who would have thought that this beautiful woman in front of him was so ugly? Swish, swish, swish. From time to time, people from the gate of hell flashed out. Monstrous ghost chi instantly enveloped the entire disorderly burial valley, causing Muyu's heart to sink to the bottom of the valley. Muyu didn't expect that he would actually meet people from the gate of hell in the disorderly burial valley. Akatsuki stared resentfully at Muyu, then turned to Gui Han and the others and said coldly, Why did you come so late? To Mu Yu's surprise, the heaven-combining stage Gui Han actually lowered his head to Akatsuki, who was only at the spirit-severing stage, and said respectfully, "Lord Akatsuki, the Ghost Lord asked us to do something else, so we were delayed. With Lord Akatsuki's ability, we thought that there was nothing that could threaten you." What was the relationship between Akatsuki and the people from the Gate of Hell in the disorderly Burial Valley?